Hey, TGIF, everybody. It is a Friday, and we're back. Today, everyone, we're running an open discussion, open panel in regards to Idaho 4, Delphi, whatever else you want to talk about. We're going to do it today. Thank you so much for being here. Let's get this show on the damn road. Here we go. Yo. What is up, everybody? Welcome, meatballs, and everybody else that is here. It is so great to see you today. It's Friday, TGIF. To all of you hard workers out there working all week long, it's time to end it all, and it's time to enjoy your weekend. Hopefully, we have a great day today. I hope you're all having a great start to your day, and I am so grateful that you're all here with me. As always, much love to you all. Thank you for joining me today. Great to be here, guys. As I said, we're going to be running an open discussion and an open panel today. Therefore, to get everyone's thoughts out, we don't do that as much as we have been because there's been so much we've been looking at in the Delphi case. And I'm just giving everybody, because there's still a lot of people out there that are asking questions about Idaho and talking about it. So I'm giving you guys the opportunity to speak about it today. And we'll talk about what we can with it, guys. That's a fact. So let's do this. Yay. Thank you guys again for being here today. I appreciate you so very much. I'm not sure what's going on, if Mama Bear is going to be here or not. I'm sure if she is, she's going to try to scare the hell out of me because she enjoys that so very much. But again, I'm grateful to see you all here today. More than you know. Let's do this thing. So speaking of which, who is joining us today and gracing us with their amazingly beautiful presence? Looks like Lisa R is back in the house. Welcome back, Lisa. Great to see you. Brandy B, the absolute OG. Good to have you. Good to see you. Miss Party of Five in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. DS, welcome back to you. Mike on the mics in the house. What's going on, brother? Good to see you today. SRB, welcome back, my dear. Good to see you. MIA, not anymore, because I see you right here. Thank you for joining us today. Sweet Surrender, hello, my dear. Good to see you today. Good to have you here. Sandy Toes, same for you. One Made Net, my brother Eddie in the house. Good to see you, bro. Hoping to hear from you today. The amazing and awesome Salty Sleuth is in the house. Thank you for joining us today, my dear. I appreciate you so very much. as always. Moonlit Baby, great to see you as well. The Doodlebug in the house. Keep them farts to yourself, if you will. Thank you very much. Love having you here. Let's see. DS, welcome to you. War Eagle in the house. Roll Tide Roll. You know I got to do it. Thank you for joining us today. Let me see here. Wisdom Speaks, the one and only. Thank you for joining us, Miss Sherry. I appreciate you so very much. Great to see you. All right, we're getting there. Shelly, welcome back to you. Great to see you as well. Let me see. Making sure I'm not missing Miss Cassie in the house. What's going on, Cassie? Your day. And hopefully it gets better as you all jump on in here. Paco, Jewel 27, welcome back to you. Laura Laurent, welcome. Great to see you today. Leslie Dempsey Watkins, happy Friday to you. Great to see you. Come on in, guys. Go grab a seat if you will. Mr. Jesse Schul, thank you for joining us today, my friend. I do agree with that, my friend. I do agree with that. Nick Saban is a god, in my opinion. I love him, love him, love him. Miss Kells is in the house. What is going on? It's wonderful to see you, Jesse, by the way. I miss having you in here, my friend. Always love having you here, sir. All of you guys, I really appreciate you. Once again, welcome to all these awesome meatballs here, guys. Thank you for jumping in the sauce with me today as we spill it all over the place today because it's an open discussion, folks. We're going to be talking about whatever we can today. Thank you for being here, guys. I appreciate you so very much. All the beautiful people. Yes, I do. And I'm drinking a really good cup of coffee that surprised me today. I got a package in the mail about an hour and a half ago. I had no idea where this came from or what this is. But it is called the Criminal Coffee Company, folks. I didn't sign up for this that I know of. So however I got it, I'm beyond grateful. And it says, thank you for joining the Criminal Coffee family in our mission to fight crime. Pretty awesome to me. We hope you enjoy your coffee. And if you do, please take a selfie with your mug or cup, tag us and use the hashtag CC mugshot. Thank you, Stephanie and Derek. Well, Derek and Stephanie, thank you for sending me this awesome coffee because it is very good. There it is right there, folks. And of course, got to have the K-Cups, you know. This is called Rogue Roast, folks. Rogue Roast. And I'm telling you what, I love it. It's good. Very, very flavorful. So if anybody knows how I ended up with this, let me know so I can thank you to the high heavens because I love my coffee. You guys know that. And this is good. And what do we have here? Looks like Miss Lisa R just gifted a membership to Party of Five. That is so very awesome. Lisa, thank you for that. Party of Five. If you already weren't, welcome to the sauce. It is great to have you here. Absolutely great to have you here. So thank you for joining us. And thank you, Lisa, for making that happen. That is so very much appreciated. I'll have to check out their podcast, guys. I really will. Didn't even know that existed, but I will definitely do it. Drinking coffee and fighting crime at the same time. What else is there to do? What else is there to do, guys? There's Mama Bear. It's coffee. It is coffee, Bear. The Criminal Coffee Company. Pretty cool, ain't it? And like I said, it's a K-Cup. They're K-Cups because that's, you know, I have a Keurig. So, and I'm telling you what, however this happened, I'm beyond grateful. I love it. It's pretty cool. It looks a little bit like our logo. It's got the fingerprint in the background. Right. Oh, I'm going to be checking them out for sure, guys. For sure. Absolutely. Because I love this stuff. I'm telling you right now. Oh, do you now, Mama Bear? Do you now? Where are you at, by the way? Are you working today or are you joining me today? I thought you said something about Friday. I'm a huge fan of Derek from Big Brother. Gotcha. Then who sent it, Mother Bear? Who was it? What is it called? Did you send it, Bear? Oh, criminal copy company. They actually have a channel on here. This is awesome. I was gonna try, but it isn't gonna happen. Well, so be it. It's okay. Crime Weekly. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm gonna be sending out some love to these guys. Anna's is subscribing. Damn, not that they need it. 234,000 subscribers. Check them out. Check them out. So be it. No Mama Bear today. She just doesn't love us anymore. I guess her real life's more important, I guess. You know how that goes. Miss Ashley Nicolette, good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Vix Logic in the house. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Gemma, good to see you today. Matt M. Lowe, welcome back, brother. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Miss Zelda, did she now? Well, thank you, Miss Zelda. And this is a channel, folks. Right here, right now, for real. You guys got to subscribe. Check them out. Check them out. Firefly's in the house. Good to see you, Firefly. Welcome back. Always a pleasure to have you here. Life, love, and true crime. Thank you for joining us today. Great to see you. All right. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Wherever you guys are. I know some places it's not. Some places it's morning. Some places it's nighttime. Well, you know what I'm going to say. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Whatever it is for you, I hope it's good for you because it's good for me to be here with you guys. I absolutely adore you all. Thank you for that. Excuses, excuses, excuses. Jeez, you think the kids are more important than me? And all of you, I'm telling you, Miss Zelda's in the house. Thank you, Zelda, wherever you are. I got your little copy thing going on here, and this looks good, guys. It is good, Miss Brandy. Thank you for that, guys. Check out the TikTok, the True Crime Cafe's TikTok link channel, I guess. Over there on TikTok, Miss Brandy's threw up a Christmas message for everybody that is part of the community, and it's pretty damn awesome, if you ask me. And thank you for that, Miss Brandy. Just a little. I'm just teasing you. You know better than that. I love your kids as much as I love my kids and you as well. You know, family is family is family is family. Do what you got to do, my dear. No worries. We will see you when we see you. Newman 25, welcome back to you. Great to see you. Sunny Cat, what is going on? Good to see you today. Thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. All of you. Thank you guys so very much for joining us today. We're at 96 peeps in here, folks. 96. We got 54 likes. Let's do something about that if we can, please. She did 2 of them, guys. Check out the other one. I only saw the one first, but that's okay. I will check them both out. But please, if you will, leave me some DNA on that like button as you come on through that door, looking for your seat to join us today for this open discussion. We got 97 people watching with 54 likes. That's right. Look at these people. I have the best moderators on this planet, folks. 97 watching, 54 likes. Let's make it match, folks, if we can. Dinky, in my opinion, in the house. Check it out. What's up, brother? Good to see you today. Good to have you here. Thank you so very much for joining us, bro. Great channel got going on over there, folks. Over the pond. My friend Dinky's doing great over there, guys. If you can't check it out, you need to. Let's drop that link for Dinky if we can. Valerie, good to see you in the house. Hope folks, welcome back to you. Come on down, everybody. Jump on in here with us. Great to have you all here. I've missed a lot of you I haven't seen in a while, guys. Come on in, please, if you will. See, I'm making sure I'm not Gemma. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. If I didn't already say that, I thought I did. Tina B in the house. What's going on? All right, guys, we're 65 likes with 97 people. We're about to break 100 people in here. We should get at least that many likes for this. We got to get this out in the algorithm, guys. We got to do it. Got to do it. Kyla Delilah, welcome back to you. Salty Grace, good to see you. Deborah, hello, 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 my dear. We've missed you. Great to see you. Great to have you here. There we go. Please, if you will, guys, subscribe to our brother Dinky if you can. Show the love. It's a great channel. Dinky is an amazing person, guys. He really is. Beautiful soul, beautiful person, folks. Check him out. It's so worth the time. No worries, Tina. I appreciate you being here. Come on down, guys. Let's do this. Come on in and get comfortable. Please, please, please share this out. If nothing else, guys, if you think anybody'd be interested in hanging with us today, please share it out. I'd really appreciate it. What am I doing here? I just did something I didn't know I was doing. Let's try this again. There we go. Boom. Okie doke. There's that. And kabam. We have missed you, Miss Deborah. That's a fact. Oh, wait a minute. Making mistakes here, guys. Can't be doing that. Come on in, everybody. Please, please. I hope you're all having an amazing start to your day. Like I said, it is a 1:43 p.m. Eastern time here on this December 8th, 2023. And I'm super excited to see you all. Stevie Irwin in the house. What is up, my friend, my brother? Have we teamed up with Detective John? Where did that come from? That's interesting. I'm hoping not. I know I'm not. I'm hoping not. Why would you say that, sir? Definitely not. That is my least favorite person on the planet. You saw Molly sending his chat hearts. Really? When did that happen? Are you in here, Molly girl? Yes, no, maybe so. I just threw it in the chat there. That way it's ready, set to go, buddy. Not quite yet. Not quite yet. I have no idea, Stevie. Neil Homestead, great to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. I don't know what I don't know if it's a tactic to mess with people. No idea. She's got COVID again. That's awesome. Great. Pebbles, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I will talk to her in a little while here and see what's going on with that. See if she's okay. Like the third time. Oh, wait a minute, because I was in there last time that we were in there together, the last live watching it. How are you, Pebbles? Good to see you. Thank you for being here today. Lucille, welcome to you. Good to see you. Come on in, everybody. Josie, I see you. There you are. Thank you for joining us today. I think I know what that's all about, by the way. We had a conversation, something about that. Thank you, Pebbles. I worked real hard on it. That's my second one. No, it's not what you even think they're doing. It's something completely different. It's not about being kind. It was something completely different. And I will let her explain it when she comes back in here because it wasn't at all anything negative. So I know what it's about now. 1 second, everybody. Give me a second here to fix something. Hold on, guys. I'm going to reset something here real quick. Thank you, D. Cammy Q, thank you for joining us. Good to see you. It's definitely not a real fireplace. Hold on. 1 second. I'm almost done. Summer, good to see you too. Hold on, folks. Okay, sorry about that, guys. My granddaughter is here and decided to run in here with me too for a minute. So anyway, the hey CL, Molly is sick, and it was I was gonna let her explain it, but I'll explain it myself. Because I just clarified with her. It was to screw with him, to mess with him. That's all it was. And like I said, we were watching that live together through the Discord, and it was kind of a joke, you know. But it is what it is. I've done the same thing under a different name, but just kind of a joke to kind of irritate him because he knows who Molly is. They all knew who Molly is. So that's what it was about. I was going to let her tell it, but like I said, she's got COVID. So it is what it is. I hope you get better soon. And make sure that nobody. Oh, I did see you, Summer. Okay. I don't see anybody else in here that I didn't get. Okay. Come on in, everybody, if you will. 103 people, 74 likes. Just a few more is all we need, guys. I really appreciate it. It helps out a lot. Yes, it was. Well, not a joke. It was to irritate him because he is a mod, or she's a mod. He knows that she's a mod, and he knows that she's one of the main people over here. So that's why she was doing it. War Eagle. Oh, I already saw you there. Okay. That's it. It's not a big deal though, Mama Bear, honestly, because that's all it was. Just to aggravate him and irritate him and mess with him. That's all it was. So moving forward, he said you go into his chat. Let's call others out. What does that mean, Summer? I got you, War Eagle. I'm not gonna say it. I only say it once. I promise. What is why are you apologizing, Doodle? What did I miss now? Yeah, we were watching it together, yeah. So what's going on, Summer? What's the matter? Yes, I've gone into his chat to irritate him because he does it to me ridiculously amounts of times. And comes in and a bunch of their people come in here. Charisma, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today. Great to have you here. Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen, Katie. Oh, that, yeah. I don't know what that's all about. It shouldn't happen, but you know, I would imagine that they should trust each other. Typically they do. So, I mean, we've messed with that chat over there multiple times because of that kind of thing. So, you know, that would be the most ridiculous thing on the planet, Katie, is to that doesn't make any sense at all. And that's the thing, is if anybody does support that, you know, why are you here? There's no need to be here if you support that or if you support him, because that's not what we support. I heard that there was supposed to be some snow hitting Eddie. I don't know how much. We had some yesterday or the day before, but not a lot. Hey, Michael Wimmer, thank you for joining us. Carolyn Miller, thank you for joining us today. Shit on all the time, I think was the word you were trying to use, not shot, but yes, that's what she told me too. I'm not even worried about it, Doodle. Moving forward, we got 122 awesome peeps in here today with 79 likes. Let's get it matched if we can and move on. Great to see you too, Carolyn. Thank you, Cassie. Thank you for being here today. Like I said before, guys, and I sure did mean it. Anybody that don't want to be here, don't be here. No big deal. Anybody that don't like me, don't be here. No big deal. That's all. And I'm not going to go into some big drama speech about it. I don't care. I don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth my time. It's not worth your time. We ain't going to do it. Any of those people over there, if they have issues with us, they can stay over there and have their issues with us, period. Good afternoon, Miss Zelda. And thank you for this, by the way. I did receive this today. If I can show it to you, can you see it? There we go. I had no idea that was coming. And I didn't even know that channel existed. So I will be checking them out on a regular. Yes, thank you, thank you. It was a surprise. You know I love my coffee. And this stuff is actually pretty good. It is. It's called Rogue Roast. They sent me a whole box of it. We're at 84 likes now, or 82. It's going up. We're almost there, guys. We can get this out in that algorithm and get it rolled in. So, as I stated, and I put in the title here, we're having the open discussion, open panel today. We haven't done one in a while in regards to, because I know people are sending me messages about Idaho and questions, as well as Delphi, because we've been really delving into Delphi lately, and I'm that's good. It needs to be looked at hardcore. So if we have the people here that want to talk about it, we're going to talk about it, because that's what it's all about today. It's Friday. Thank you, Brandy, for that. I appreciate you very much. What's going on, Chief? It's been a minute. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Coffee and crime. Yes, yes, yes. Let me see. Chief says, hey, Dago, I've been wondering, did Kaylee's brother go to the university at the same time as her? I do believe so, my friend. Was he there when this happened? Where is he now? Just haven't heard much about him. Steve Jr., Steven, I think his name is. From what I understand, Sunny Cat, thank you for joining us. From what I understand, yes, he was there. And I think I'll have to double check to give you a clarified answer to that. I did get that, Vixen. Thank you very much for that. I was going to jump in and cover that this coming week coming up. Again, we have so much new stuff that we're looking at, and I'd like to bring that back up, as I stated, in regards to the Nicola Bully case. There's been some interesting stuff that has come out of that recently, so we're going to be talking about that this coming week, as well as a bit of a refresher for those of you that followed that case along with us this past year. Absolutely, Chief. I've done a whole week's, maybe 2 weeks worth of shows just about Delphi to catch everybody up. So if you're interested, you want to go back and check those out, it will explain a lot of it to you. It definitely will. Please do. And if you have any specific questions, we're doing, open discussion today on it. We can talk about a lot of that stuff, Chief. If you have questions, we can try and answer them all for you, for sure. That's a good question too, you guys, about Steve Jr. I've from what I understand, he was enrolled and going to school at the same time. And I believe he was home when Kaylee was home as well. And I thought that they both went back to school at the same time. I think, from what I've heard, like I said, it's been a minute since I've looked at any of that stuff. I'd have to go back and reread to be like 100% true. Oh, wait a minute. 100% right. Pebbles says they both went back home at the same time a week and a half before before what happened, and they both graduated that semester as well. They were both seniors. Okay, so see, I was wrong. I thought Stephen was like a grade or two under her, so I guess I was wrong. Good to know. Good to know. Carolyn said, I believe he was at Idaho, Carolyn. From what I understand, they both were enrolled at Idaho. So 130 people in here. That's awesome with 84 likes. We're almost there, you guys. We're almost there. Does anyone know of Christmas programs that help with gifts for a teenager? I've found many programs since October, but says it's for kids under 13. Most of the ones I know of are too, Gemma. Where are you located at, hon? If like just a general area where you don't have to tell me exactly where you are, but if you can give me like a general vicinity of where you're at, I can look into some things for you and see if I can find anything. I have no problem doing that at all. Chief says, Pebbles, thank you. He was in a fraternity. I did know that too. Did he hang out in the same group? Probably not. Big deal. Not big deal. I'm just curious. I'm kind of curious myself. Those are good questions, actually. Those are things that we really never touched on, And did he know anybody that could have been, Not that he knows what happened, but what did he know? That's a good question. A lot of people have asked that question, actually. No problem, Miss Josie. I'll be listening as I'm getting ready to have lab work done since I'm on Coumadin, but I will continue to listen. No problem. I hope everything's okay with you, Josie, and everything goes well for that. Salty says he's older. Kaylee was graduating early. The family hasn't released much info. That's what I thought too, Salty. Thank you. There wasn't much out there on him, so that's why we don't think we know a lot. Bombshell in the house. What's going on? Thank you for joining us. I'm sorry that you had to leave last night, Bombshell. I realize that some of that stuff affects people in different ways. I absolutely respect that, and there was no problem with that. And I hope everything is well with you today. Thank you for jumping back in today. Right. Same here, Pebbles. Same here. Something we're going to have to look into, I guess. Salty says that he graduated in 2023. Yeah, because they had graduation after January, I believe. Santa sent it. Yes, it's good stuff, guys. If you get a chance, if any of you follow this channel, again, Criminal Coffee Company. If you follow this channel, and I noticed that they have links on there for their coffee, get it. It's good. Very good. Absolutely, Josie. It's the wrong time of year for that, Kells. It's the holidays. You better just wait till January and then shut it down. Enjoy it while you can. This time of year is hard for all of us because there's so much good stuff out there. My wife bakes cookies, and it's like, I'll be sitting in here on this, and I can smell this stuff. And I was like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Because you know what it's going to do to me. They are so good. Tyson wants his walk. Be back. Oh, take your time, Dinky. No worries, brother. What are you doing, Milo? Come here. Come here, buddy. Come here. What? Here. Oh, he does not like this chair. I don't know why, but he doesn't like it. Oh, here he is. Come here, buddy. Hold up. Here he is. Say hi. He's got his jammies on. Yeah, say hi. Up here. Look. Up here. Up here. Look. Are you serious? Look. Up here. Milo, look. Up here. He will not do it, guys. Look. See his jammies? Yes, there he is. What are you doing? Huh? What's the matter? What's the matter? Are you being a weirdo? Are you being a weirdo? This is the new Milo dog. Are you okay? Are you nervous? Are you nervous about all this stuff? Is that what it is? Is that why you don't like it? You see yourself? Look, you can see yourself. He won't look up, you guys. He will not look up. What's this? Look. Look up here. You see it? He won't do it. I don't know why. He did it before. Are you a good boy? Where's my kid? You went down? Who's that? Who's here? All right. You're done. There we go. Yeah, I don't know. I got him to look up once, but he doesn't like this chair. He doesn't like the desk. He doesn't like any of it. Every time I bring him over here, he gets all weirded out. Eve Lucky's in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Nat Cat, welcome back to you. Great to have you here. Yeah, he's got stage fright. Exactly. Camera shot. I don't get it. It's weird. Although, you know what, guys? If you remember, if you guys that have been here, Oscar, when I would bring him up to hold him, he didn't like it either. much, Zelda. Okay, there you go. There's a link for that. That's out of Philadelphia. Oh, okay. So then that is what it was. I was not in there to irritate anyone. I go in there to try and show them that us mods are not shitty, rude people like they think we are. Okay, well, I was told something else, but either way, that's a good point. Robert Bell, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. I'm not even worried about it. Oh, sorry. I'm getting feedback for some reason. Hugh Holt. Maybe he sends his radio with that. I've never thought of that. Snapdragon, good to see you. I never thought of that. Jane Bosch, welcome back to you. Good to see you guys. Oh, man, it's too loud. Hold on a minute, guys. Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Salty Grace. Appreciate that very much. And it definitely does, Zelda. Appreciate you. It was in the spring at the same ceremony as the college gave Kaylee her diploma. They brought it up during an interview and said that they will celebrate his graduation at a latter date. Okay. Absolutely. I'm not worried about him, Stevie. I'm ready. Bring it then. If that's what he wants to do, he can do it. I'll go right back at it. I don't care. Deborah Thompson, welcome back to you. Teresa, Reverend Cynthia Hughes, welcome back to you. It's great to see you guys today. I really appreciate you guys. And I'm wearing them awesome slippers every day, Cynthia. They are the warmest thing I've ever had. We got 138 people here, guys. 94 likes. We're almost there. Almost there. Put a puppy bone near you. He doesn't like those, Carolyn. He's got these little things that are like peanut butter. They look like giant pieces of macaroni and cheese. All right. So I guess we can move on in. American Princess, good to see you. Caden Steele, thank you for joining us. What are we talking about? The graduation. This is the only the second live I've been here. Welcome. Good to see you again. I hope you're over 18, buddy. Yes, they do, Carolyn. Yes, they do. So, guys, who wants to be the first to join us up here as we roll into this open discussion today and get things kicked off? The link is pinned in the chat. Whoever would like to join me first, let's do this. Oh, I love them, Cynthia. I really do. Thank you very much. Okay, Doodle says Delphi. Let's kick it off with Delphi. So anybody that has any comments, conversation, it's a great fish in that picture, buddy. No worries. I just wanted to make sure. Nice fish though, bud. Let's get it going. Delphi it is. There's a lot to talk about for sure over there. Again. That's a good point there. Like I said, there's time and place to talk about things. This is not to talk about stuff like that. We're trying to keep things from being, dramatized. That's all. If there's issues to talk about stuff, we do it at another time. That's all. And here we go. Hello. Can you hear me, my friend?
I can hear you. Are we supposed to be talking about Delphi first? Is that what I understood?
Well, that's what was requested, but yeah, we can do that. Absolutely.
Oh, well, I don't know if I'll be able to hold.
If you have something else to talk about, we can do that, and then we can move into Delphi. Either way.
Well, let's see. Something else to talk about. What would that be? How about Idaho? Did that surprise you?
I figured, and that's okay. Like I said, I put it up there to talk about them both. So bring it on, buddy. Bring it on.
I might have, a little insight. I've been following Delphi just a little bit. I kind of been putting together a timeline, around the bridge timeline. So I'm trying to get a better grasp of, Delphi in general, but I have a lot of catching up to do, admittedly.
Absolutely.
Last time you and I were together, we were on Dinky's panel. You asked a question that I didn't have a chance to answer. I think you said, and help me out. How did you word it? You said something about if they arrested anyone else in the upcoming days or weeks. Something about.
There were people throwing info out there stating that, and it was obviously generally another rumor about, it was kind of a joke because we've heard it how many times, but about the possibility of other arrests being made in Idaho. Yeah. And of course, there was nothing put out there. So.
Yeah, I think I know what you're speaking of. I might have come across that and seen that too. That's not a possible theory. That will not be happening.
Right.
And matter of fact, that question has intrigued me so much that you and I have spoke about this on panel in the past before too.
Mm-hmm.
It's not possible because how is the prosecution going to rectify that? What's Bill Thompson going to say? Oopsies, I made a mistake.
Right.
Here's some other. Yeah, it's just not workable.
And it wouldn't make any sense, like you said, if that were to happen, and this is how I agree, or what I agree. I mean, what I agree with. I'm trying to say. Sorry. Welcome, Annie. If that were to happen right now, we'll just say, for instance, how would that be explained? Why, people are going to go, why did this not happen a year ago? Why did this not happen 6 months ago? Why is this happening right now? Why am I getting feedback? You know what I mean? So you
as a prosecutor would cover that base. This thing would be airtight. You just don't make a mistake like that, because if now, okay, if you've made a mistake that is that great, then the defense is going to put forth the question, well, if you're making mistakes like this, then isn't it quite possible that you made a mistake altogether in assuming our client had anything to do with it?
Absolutely. They would be all over that. Yes.
You would just leave the door wide open for that. And as the defendant, yeah, you guys are right. That's my car. I had a friend, you're right. I was involved, but here's the level of my involvement. I had a friend long ago in Nevada. He got a DWI and he hasn't driven since. So he needed a ride to Moscow. Him and another were going to partner up and make some money. I don't know what they were doing. He had a big knife in the car he brought along, but I kind of checked it out real quick. But since I was driving all night anyway, I just brought him over there and dropped him off. So what do you say upon that?
Exactly.
You're gonna drop the charge. Yeah. So there you go. Charge him.
Yep. Absolutely. That does make sense. Yeah, it's not going to happen, you guys.
No.
And I here's the thing: if something were to go down like that, we're not going to know about it. It's not going to be put out in the public eye. It's not going to be put on the news. They're going to they would keep something like that to themselves and just deal with it as the trial approaches and handle it that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they don't have to put it out in mainstream media. They don't have to do anything. And I think considering everything that we have seen happen over the past year, they realize what that would do. And it's just not something they would want to happen. So,
it brings us to this. And I've said this before too. You heard me say this. You believe Brian Kohlberger did it by himself, or the option is he didn't have anything to do with it at all. That's your two options. He didn't have help. He wasn't involved at some level. That's off the table.
Gotcha.
And a lot of people, to this day, do think that because of that constricted timeline that he's had help. So I don't know what else to say. I guess people are, going to continue to think that no matter what we say.
I've gone back. I've looked at the PCA again a couple times now. I've looked at it with a different perspective. And like I said, I've looked into some things on it. And I'm still struggling. Like I said, I had talked to a friend of mine that was a police officer. And that's exactly it right there. They couldn't hide a second arrest because there's so many people that are all over this that they would be on top of that. Do you know what I mean? It just wouldn't happen. There's no way. So, but yeah, that's a good point, Salty. But I was looking at that aspect because there's a couple things that I told you guys that bothered me about this. You know what I mean? And that was one of them. Is that, well, the timeline for sure bugs me. The fact that he did it by himself bugs me, and the statement made in the PCA from Dylan has always bugged me. And I explained why, and the time, the 8-hour time lot. But I've looked at things, trying to see things that on the other side of the tracks. I'll just say it that way. Because I've been sitting in the middle of the fence here for a long time, leaning. I lean one way for a while, I lean the other way for a while, lean back the other way, I lean the other way. And I've been leaning more for the longest period of time towards the side that Brian didn't do it. So I'm trying to, I've been trying to make myself find things that make sense to me with this, and, to be logical with it. And it's so very hard to see things in that way, only because, and I think part of it came from the fact that I wasn't 100% knowledgeable on how things work in the courts. Hey, Kelly, in the court systems and certain aspects of law enforcement and arrest and things like that I had to go look at to see how, does this really happen this way? Should it be this way? Why is it that way? You know what I mean? Things like that. And it still kind of keeps me, how can I say it? It still kind of keeps me in the same realm that I've been in. It's hard to lean that other way. But like I said, I've always been open to looking at everything, anything and everything. David James, my brother, my friend. So good to see you today. Let's see. Salty says he could definitely do this alone. Dylan and Time are suspicious. Yeah. Well, and you know what, Salty? A lot of people are saying that, and I've had like conversations with people about him doing this alone. I just have always had the struggle with 4 people, 1 person, the amount of energy it takes to do something like that. 1, 2, the time. The time is what made that hard for me to believe, that he went in and did this and came out in that period of time that they said he did. Now, if that's not correct, that in turn will make more sense. And the other, you know what I mean? If they're off with that timeline, even a little bit, it would make more sense to me. But I'm following it based on what the PCA says. So that was where I had issues with that. And then I spoke to, like I said, a friend of mine that was law enforcement, ex-military. He worked in special forces, and he disagreed with that himself and said, I don't see how. And, he's like, is this kid like a super athlete? Is he this? Is he that? And I said, not really. I mean, he's a runner. And then he said, okay, well, a runner could have stamina. Okay. And that could help that along. But then when you explain everything else to it that goes with it, he just was like, I don't know, man. It's really hard to believe. So, but then that's true. Thank you. I was just getting ready to say that, SRB. Just getting ready to say that. That's something that my mother brought to my attention. She goes, yeah, but think about this, hon. She goes, adrenaline, when adrenaline gets going through somebody's body, like, and it took me back, think about like when you're running through a house fire, or you're on an accident scene dealing with a car accident or something, and you get out in the middle of this stuff, your adrenaline starts pumping and you do things that you don't think you can do. Okay. And you get, it's almost like an energy burst that allows you to go through and possibly have a mystery stamina that you normally wouldn't in a normal situation. the adrenaline scenario, I never thought of that before, and it does make some sense there. Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
so Salty, Bombshell, I'm sorry. Bombshell brought up a good point. I want to touch on that real quick. So if you have multiple people involved, then what becomes the motive? They're going to have been incentivized by something. And that means money or some other type of compensation. Now, if I'm wrong on that, and this is a fraternity related, then the investigators already know all this. And then the question would become, would investigators cover for the fraternity? I don't know the answer to that, but no matter what, if there's multiple people involved, then you have that gets to the question of why was this done? What's the motive?
Right.
And then Salty, you were talking about, Salty brought up a question prior to that you were speaking on. There was enough time in the timeline, that constricted timeline. So for many months, I've always, as I'm watching my TV, and sometimes I'm watching, what true crime channel or long crime or whatever it is. And then they have these programs where you get to see I survived. So people are telling their tale. These women have been stabbed 17 times. Any one of those 17 cuts could have been fatal, but somehow they live and they survive these, horrific car accidents or attempted murders or whatever. But there's many times when we see that people can survive being stabbed. The human body can take so much more. And I've always wanted to, I guess, ground us to identify one example out there and kind of lay it out so that people can understand what this really looks like. Because this notion of him just going upstairs and then like this, swipe the knife back and forth 2 times and he's got him. Then he goes downstairs and does the same, kind of like he's wielding a lightsaber and you can sever someone in half with a K-bar knife.
I know what you're
quickly
saying, yeah.
Without any noise. So I have done that. I have, and if it's all right, it might take a couple minutes to lay this out, but I think people need to hear this. And the case is, and I chose this one because it's Ohio, but Sabrina Zunich. I think everyone is familiar with this one.
Sabrina
Kevin.
Zunich. Yes.
Yep. Kevin Nofel and his wife Lisa, age 42 and 41, had 3 children: a 13-year-old daughter, Megan, a 3-year-old baby, toddler, and then within the last, recent year or so, they fostered Sabrina, a 17-year-old, at that time.
Yep.
November 16th, 2012, at 1:15 a.m., a 911 call by the 13-year-old Megan is calling to report that her 18-year-old half-sister, the foster daughter Sabrina, is stabbing to death her mother.
Yes.
Lisa. All right. Police arrive and order Sabrina to the ground. Now, the area where she was ordered to lay on the floor, she imprinted onto the wood floor a body imprint because the clothing she was wearing had soaked up so much blood. And when they ordered her to stand back up, a bloody imprint of herself remained on the floor. So that is how much, how gory this would be. And this is just one victim, keep in mind.
Yes, right.
She used, now, is it all right if I think it's important that we talk about some of the similarities.
Absolutely. That's what it's all about today, buddy. So, everybody in here will agree that we can agree to disagree on different things. There doesn't have to be fighting amongst each other. There doesn't have to be arguing. We're just having a generalized adult conversation with logic and common sense. And that's all it's about, guys. That's all. So thank you all for understanding that. And yeah, Eddie, like Jesse just said, we always have time to listen to you, buddy. So go ahead, do what you got to do.
So I'll describe, hopefully with your permission, to make sure it doesn't affect your channel at all. But
No, I'm playing this in the background as you're talking about it. If on the screen, this is the
Okay.
Sabrina Zunic case. So you're fine, buddy.
Yep. Real briefly, and matter of factly about the wounds. So
Yes.
there's at least 178 in total sharp force injuries.
Yes.
62 stab and incise wounds of the head and neck, which includes an evisceration of the left eye.
Right. And this was done, folks, by one person. Okay. This is a good example, Eddie. I appreciate this. This girl that we're looking at on screen right now did this by herself. So go ahead. Go ahead. Sorry.
At least 27 stab and incise wounds to the torso, 80 stab wounds at a minimum to the extremities, including almost a near incomplete amputation of the left small finger and a near complete amputation of the right thumb. There's many blunt force and impact injuries, abrasions, contusions. So we get the idea. So keep in mind, here's the parallels. Here's the comparisons between these two cases. We have a 13-year-old calling 911, whereas we got two, adult college students that did not call 911. So there's one to keep in mind. Another one is, so the crime scene photos, if you look at them, it'll show the bedroom in complete disarray as Lisa fought desperately for her life.
Right.
This happened at 1:15 a.m. was the 911. She waited until she was in her bed, obviously. Why wouldn't you? That's the plan. You take someone unawares, right? You surprise them. You don't approach them face to face already with the knife bare. You make sure that they're defenseless, they're sleeping, and that's when you begin. So again, the room is in disarray because of the amount of fighting back. So here we are all this time thinking that these two girls were just in their bed and they're sleeping, right? We were told that they suspect all these victims were sleeping. That doesn't even make sense. That's silly. It's ridiculous for us to even entertain that notion.
Right.
I'll continue. So another one, keep in mind, when the cops arrived there, immediately she was brought to the hospital to get treated for the injuries to her hands. She had significant injuries to her hands. Sabrina, the perpetrator. Yes. Brian Colbert the next morning went to get groceries.
I know. That was one of the things that I've had issues with. The guy went to the store. He got groceries. He went to get his haircut. He went to the doctor. He went back to work. And there was nothing noticed. I mean, is it possible to do what he did with 4 people and receive 0 injuries and have nothing visible? That was one of my major issues with this. How did that happen? You know what I mean? So I agree with you on that one. Go ahead.
Right. And we can't impress the point enough that after she dispatched Lisa, her foster mother, that she was, so to speak, bathed in blood. And we have 4 victims in this crime scene.
Right.
Well, on to the next point. And the final point, and maybe there's more parallels, you can all explore it, but
absolutely.
Another is, after the arrest, police obtain a search warrant for the electronics, and they find that Kevin and Sabrina have texted each other 1,491 times over the past couple weeks.
Yes.
There's motive.
Absolutely.
And it brings us to this. So who do you get more upset with? The one who did the crime or the one who commissioned the crime? Certainly they're both, terrible, but
absolutely.
The crime doesn't happen if, and I keep likening it to the Charles Manson. If Charles Manson doesn't say it gets done, then it doesn't happen.
Right.
So,
And that,
the,
go ahead.
go. Well, I was just gonna say, does this crime in Moscow happen within that constrained window of time? It cannot happen like that.
And see, this is where I'm torn on the timeline with that, because like you said, there's all of that. And this girl did this on her own, folks. This is a horrific case if you didn't follow it. I always follow anything in Ohio because Willoughby Hills is literally like 15 minutes, 20 minutes from me or so, roughly. No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of the other side. It's about 45 minutes from me. That's better. And it's still a local, it's close. So, you're interested, so on and so forth. So at that point, I got interested. I looked into it, and this little girl did this to one, by herself. And it's a lot, like he explained. There was obviously some form of rage there. And so you take that into account with this case. Now, when I go back to Idaho and I've looked at this, like I said, I'm like, okay, let's start here with this. What is the motive in this? If Brian is the one that did this, okay, obviously that's what's the popular opinion. If Brian Koberger did this, what was his motive? So I'm trying to break this down. In my opinion, Brian is definitely not an incel. So that is out the window for me. Also, he was a very, very intelligent person who has a history and an education in criminal background, criminology. He's got PhDs and we're working on PhDs, and he's got degrees in this stuff. All of the things that somebody that did this, if they had that education, would not make the mistakes that he would make. I would think. I'm not saying it didn't happen, folks. I'm just saying.
Right there.
If
you back up your video just a bit and show the bed.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That shows the damage and the trauma right there.
If you show the bed, you'll see that she's not in the bed, and the things are in disarray in that room,
right,
due to the struggle.
Absolutely.
If you're waking up if you're a victim of that and you're waking up to that, you're going to fight back. And here we have 2 college students that are in their bed. They're found in their bed.
And that was another part of my problem. We have 4 victims involved in this. Okay. That's where a lot of my issue with the timeline came into effect. Okay. Not a motive or reason. Either way. Thank you, Firefly. Because there had to have been, while we know that there was defense done on this, there was defensive wounds on some of the victims. And so that they're fighting back, which to me has always been one of the issues because of the timeline. So if you're going to go into the kitchen to sweep your floor, it's going to take you roughly, depending on if you do this on a regular basis, whatever, it's going to take you about 5-6 minutes to sweep your kitchen floor with a broom. But if your dog comes running in there, that's going to interrupt that. So you're going to have to stop for a minute and shoo the dog out. That takes a minute or 2 to do that, or 60 seconds or 30 seconds, whatever. And then you got to move something out of the way. And then that takes another 30 seconds. And then you got to move something else out of the way. That takes another 30 seconds. So that comes off of your timeline and the amount of time that it took you to do that. I know this is a dumb example, folks. It just came to mind. But anyway, so with that being said, that adds time to that, I would think. So he goes upstairs. We'll just say in this order. He comes in the house. He goes upstairs. He attacks the first victim. I'll just go with Maddie. Okay. And I believe that Maddie was probably sleeping. So that one was quick. Okay. Or was starting to. I still believe in my mind that Kaylee was in the next room, and I could be wrong. This is just my opinion. Heard something, got up. Maybe the dog, Murphy, got a little bit out of sorts, started whimpering, whining, barking, whatever. She wants to see why. She gets up and she walks out to see what's going on, sees this person in Maddie's room, and approaches to stop or to confront this person. There is a struggle there. Okay. Takes more time away. And then in turn, the killer does what they do with those two. But again, we're taking time off of that timeline to do all that stuff. It just wasn't a boom, 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 boom. There was a struggle, obviously, in my opinion, with Kaylee, which is why she had so many wounds. Okay. That's over. That's done. He moves on down to the second floor and encounters, in my opinion, too, possibly whoever picked up the DoorDash. I don't think that he went in there looking for them. I think he ran into somebody possibly in the hallway, which is why those two ended up being victims as well. If those two would have been in the room sleeping, didn't see or hear anything, for whatever reason, I feel like they would have been bypassed. Okay, that's just my opinion. I could be completely wrong, but it's how I feel. So anyway, I think he encountered somebody in that hallway going, coming down from there, and they're like, "What the hell?" There, another struggle ensues. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, and then the other person comes in to defend that person. That struggle ensues too. There's defensive wounds on her. That's how I feel that went down. And again, this is just my opinion. Okay, that takes more time off the timeline. So I'm just going to give an app because this number's changed so many times. I've heard 7, 6, 9, 10. I'm just going to say a flat 10-minute period of time. Okay, and in a 10-minute period of time to go through all of that and then leave is where I've always had problems with this. Now, I did watch a video where somebody reenacted, in a sense, what this would have been like. Almost completely. They didn't show a wrestling match, or a struggle with people, so on and so forth. None of that, okay? But they did show how you could go through. Now, I was impressed with one thing with this. Time sounds shorter than it actually is. Time will go by. 30 seconds is a lot longer than it seems. A minute is a lot longer than it seems. 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes is a lot longer than it sounds to us. Okay. So that I will give. But I just can't get past the struggling. That's why I've struggled with that, guys, with the wrestling, the struggling, the defense from the victims didn't extend that period of time. I just struggled with why or how. Okay. So that's where I have the issue with that. Especially with the amount of wounds that Kaylee had. Each one of the victims had multiple wounds. It wasn't just 1, 2, I'm out. 1, 2, I'm out. It was multiple, guys. That takes time. And that does take stamina. That takes energy. But I'll give the adrenaline burst through that. I'll give that. Okay. It's always been in the back of my mind. This does not seem right. It doesn't seem possible. And that's why I have the theory, or the opinion that I have, I should say. And it doesn't mean that I'm right. It doesn't mean that I'm, anything. I could very well 100% be wrong. And his adrenaline could have went insane. And he could have just went through this house like a tornado and did what he did and walked away. And Jules is in here. It's great to see you, by the way. I didn't get to speak to you. Me and her have had this conversation. Is he really just that good? We've both been back and forth with this, okay? The same way. Is he really just that good that he did this? And granted, guys, with what he went through, what he handled, and 4 people, I would imagine there would be a mistake or two, okay? There should be. Nobody's that perfect that you made 0 mistakes. But the thing that always gets me, if we go back to this, there's no blood trail from room to room, out the house, this and that. There's so many different things that make you back up and go, well, how? We've all seen, hey, Jesse, we've all seen things like this. We've all watched crime shows. We've all seen different, variations of things like this go on. And there's a lot of things that are missing from this that should be there that would make that make sense, but they're not there. And then we go into what, Ann Taylor says about there's no DNA that's been transferred from the scene of the crime to anything this man owns. That blew me away. I expected the car to be the one thing that was going to put this in the ground. Okay. It didn't. And I'm struggling with that too, because I've listened to other perspectives, that it could just be that's what the defense does. They're not giving it all. They're not this, they're not that. I'll give that, guys, and I'll listen to it. I just don't understand why or how that happened the way it did. And one of the victims was a male that was a little bit bigger than this guy. So I'm going to imagine he put up a hell of a fight. And then, somebody did bring to my attention, well, what if he was surprised, hit from the backside and knocked out or knocked down? And then that, you know what I mean? Okay, that's a possibility. I'll give it that. It really is. They don't talk about that, but they don't have to either. So,
well, there's a point at which we have to stop ourselves from hypothesizing that he surprised
right.
1, 2, 3, finally all 4 of them.
Yes.
I mean,
it's got to be
great luck. What great fortune to be able to surprise them all.
I mean, and with you saying that, bud, that was another issue I had, which is why I had the big issue with the statement given by Dylan. We went through the house. We saw the house multiple times as a virtual tour, all that. We know that there's no carpet, there's no sound barriers, there's no this, there's no that. So in turn, to me, the sound should travel very relatively. And for them not to hear more than they heard, or let's say, for instance, he did go upstairs first, okay? In the scenario that I just explained. Even if somebody went to the first floor to pick up the DoorDash at that exact same time, somebody else was still upstairs on that other floor. How did they not hear what was going on upstairs? And if they did, or, if they did, why wasn't there more of a push in that sense? Okay. That's another big struggle I had, and I'm not saying that my thoughts are right. I'm not saying that any of what I have said or thought is right. It's just my mind struggles with it because, common sense shows certain things. Common sense tells certain things with this, and it would make you think. But again, I've told you, Jules and I have had multiple conversations about maybe he was just that good, which is a scary situation, folks. It's scary. If anybody could be that good, that's just like, wow. Okay. You know what I mean? What do we got? What's that?
Jules.
99769. What is that? I mean, oh, gotcha. Okay. I mean, it's a thought that makes you go, how is that even possible? And that's where my struggle's been with this for the whole time. In the very beginning when he was arrested, I think a lot of us were in that same boat. We were just like, thank God they finally got somebody. Hell yeah. Throw them to the wolves. Okay. The PCA comes out. We start reading through it, and everybody that has read this PCA has questioned it. Okay. And said, wait a minute. How is that? And this, and why is this and that, and things like that. And it's just like, what the hell? And that's where doubt came into effect. That's where all the issues with people doubting whether or not Brian Koberger was the guy that did this came into effect. Now, there are people that never questioned it once. They just said, that's him. End of story. I'm not talking about it. Let's talk about something else. Move on. Okay. I can't. My mind is so open, and so I look at things in such a way. I attack every little thing. I look at it like, whoa, or wait, that's wrong. This doesn't make sense. This shouldn't be this way. That shouldn't be that way. And there's so many small details that turn you in that direction. Again, one of the big things, that's exactly it right there. Like she just said, I was carrying a burning torch when he was arrested. The PCA shifted everything. And then, you throw those other little details in there. The guy was a vegan. When you look in, and I actually literally did this, I looked at vegan, like the definition of it, and people that are vegans and so on and so forth. I cannot imagine somebody that will not eat meat. That, you know, if that one comment was true about him making his aunt and uncle or whatever buy new pans because meat was cooked in it, if he's that serious about things, how did he handle doing something like this? You know what I mean? But if here's the other side of that, though, guys, if it's a mental handicap with that, where something in his mind just detaches from reality, and he goes in and does something like this, okay, I get it. Okay. Hi, Harsh Shelley. Good to see you. So don't dive. Same to you. Thank you for being here. But once again, realizing that the death penalty was on the table for this is what made me really look into those things and say why and how. I still struggle. One of the biggest things for me is that this man had nothing on his person as far as damage goes. No cuts, no bruises, no nothing. And he went to a doctor's appointment. He went to a hair appointment. He went back to work, and nobody said a damn word.
Dago, moments ago, you were talking about the defensive wounds of a couple of, you know, the Moscow, Idaho victims. And,
yes.
You know, another parallel, I had kind of listed out a number of parallels that we can compare these two cases with, you know, and against each other. And that brought up another one that came to me. So we have the fighting of the victim. They're fighting back. And that's what brought Megan, the 911 caller, downstairs to investigate. I assume Megan was sleeping. It's 1:15 in the morning. She goes downstairs because she's hearing something. And that's why the 911 call is made, because the noise. She heard all the noise.
Right.
Well,
that's another hurdle, bud. I get it.
That this does not happen in Moscow, Idaho.
There's no noise.
They have two people. Well, actually, there's four people that could have called because of the noise. Initially, you have, you know, so you have two separate micro crime scenes. You have either it happened upstairs to begin with, or it happened on the main floor to begin with, and then, you know, they went either upstairs or downstairs depending on where the first two happened. But while, let's just go with the narrative, they're upstairs at the third floor, and then we have Ethan and Xana and Bethany and Dylan. All four of them are not calling 911 or waking up or responding.
Right. And I get that. I do. That was an issue I had. You know, no, I understand that, Salty. It was just another little thing that I threw in there. I know it's kind of ridiculous to say it, but it was just one thing that was like, I added that into my list of things that bugged me. That was a big one for me, Eddie, is the noise factor. You have to hear something. There has to be, you know, I've never heard or seen of anybody that's being attacked in that form with as many, welcome, Deguchi, good to see you. With as many wounds that as Kaylee had, there had to have been some yelling or screaming or, you know, some slamming and bouncing going on. So if that was the case, why did nobody on the other two floors call somebody, call 911, yell out what's going on? What's the deal? That's something I struggled with too, as in how or why, you know what I mean? So that was a big issue for me as well. Welcome, McNemesis. Hang on one moment, please. So again, you know, she admitted she heard something. Yes, Mountain Man says that, but she didn't admit that she heard what I believe that she should have heard. That is why I don't like her statement. That's the only reason why. So where do you go with that? You know what I mean? I wanted to and still want to believe that Brian did this so that this can just be over and I can move on in my mind from this and not worry about it. I've looked at it from multiple perspectives. I've tried to make some of those things make more sense to me. And
Well,
they
yeah.
just don't. They just don't. And I agree with that, Salty. I do. Go ahead, Eddie.
The narrative of PCA, she's admitting she's hearing something that is harmless. You can attribute everything she's heard that got her attention to harmless things, so that she's unanswerable for her behavior.
Right. I mean, I don't know. I struggle with this so bad. I really do. Welcome, Just Breathe. I do. I don't. First of all, if we go backwards for a minute, the room that Dylan was in, if I'm right, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, okay? And I have no problem with that, but was directly below Maddie's room, right or wrong?
Just below.
Yeah. Like, okay. That's what I thought. So if there's a struggle going on above her, I hear things going on in my house above me, just my son walking across the floor, and you can hear every step he takes there, and there's carpeting up there. So with no carpeting, hearing a jumping around, slamming, banging scenario going on upstairs, and then possible screaming coming through that, Salty did make a statement, and I get that. I agree with that too, Salty, but you would still think that maybe this girl would come out of the room, yell. I mean, she did yell at some point, but like go investigate what the hell's going on or say something to somebody else. But not to mention, there's still other two people in another room on that floor that are like there too that didn't respond. That we don't really know if they responded to that noise or whatever noise. But again, taking it back to Dylan's statement, she didn't even mention that. So from the way it looks is that there was nothing. There was just whimpering, and there was what sounded like somebody playing with the dog. Or, I mean, I can't like process that. That's the problem.
Well, either Dylan made that statement at a later date. She would have been able to make that statement right there in the parking lot that morning.
Yeah.
She either made that statement at a later date on a subsequent interview, or she made it with an attorney present. She was coerced, or she made a deal to make that statement. But no matter what, she doesn't make that statement, say, for example, without an attorney, spontaneously in real time that morning when the officer comes out of that house and says, "What happened? Who knows? Who can help me understand?" And she just voluntarily makes that statement. And then the cops don't try to refine that statement. They don't try, because an investigator won't take that statement and just take it as gospel and say, "That sounds really good. I don't need any more than that from you."
And I agree.
That works.
And again, Sherry, she's right though too, Eddie. If you look at that, they don't have to tell us what the witnesses heard. That's true. But they did. And that's where my issue was, is they did put that statement in there from her. And I took this into account too. Okay. That maybe Dylan was traumatized. Okay. I would be, I'm a grown man and I would be traumatized. Maybe she was traumatized and couldn't have that interview the right way at that point in time. And then maybe a little later that day or the next day went in and they had they may have gotten some kind of something out of her that day. But we did hear that one of them passed out. It could have been her, or it could have been Bethany. We don't know. They were probably, I took this into account in defense of her and said maybe she was just so out of it and so whacked out about this whole thing that there was no true interview at that point. So then they sit her down, and that's where some of the language that's in that statement came from, a police officer. And she's not able to respond the correct way. So they kind of, and we do know that they can put it in their own words. That's allowed. So that's kind of where I went with that to try to make it make sense to me. But still, there's two sides to this on both ends. Okay. I can see it in one way and I can't in the other way. And that's where my struggle continues to be. Every time I say, okay, let's go with this. She was traumatized. The statement was written down in a fashion from a police officer that somebody typically wouldn't, because she couldn't do it the correct way. But then at the same time, as soon as I convince myself of that, I go backwards, because my other side of my mind tells me, wait a minute, dude, like, come on. What about this and this and this and this? So again, it's been an ongoing struggle for me to be able to succumb to one side of this. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, but it just, I do believe there is, like, there's, as my mom always told me, there's two sides to every story, or there's three sides to every story. I'm sorry. There's this side, there's that side, and whatever's in the middle typically ends up being the truth. Okay. And somewhere in the middle, when this trial happens, I do believe we will get the absolute truth on that. I'm hoping. Okay. I'm hoping. I cannot, I've seen a lot of people stating that, well, Dylan's been partying, she's been doing this, she's been doing that. I don't hold that against her. Her life has to go on. If she can do those kinds of things after going through this, then that's probably a good thing. And I'm sure that it's still back here, guys. I'm sure it's still in her mind. It's not going to go away. But there's so many things that are on one side that make me go, I don't understand this. As much as I try to, I cannot convince myself. So
I think part of our struggle is that, if we're not allowing ourselves to dismiss that statement and say that that is not a real statement, that didn't happen that way, but we're going to be paralyzed into just believing this narrative if we're not willing to assume that this investigation is not authentic or sincere. We have to be open-minded and just dismiss what we're reading in the PCA and throw it away as garbage. Then and only then are we going to be able to get closer to the truth. Are you able to hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. I muted myself for a second because my son was speaking to me.
Okay. Was it okay?
I heard you though. I heard what you said. Absolutely. And I can agree with that. I can understand that. And at the same time, this statement right here, that is kind of what I've been wondering for a while now. Was it a perfect storm? Did everything, and think about this for a minute, Eddie, did and could have everything just fallen into place in a perfect fashion, like it says, a perfect storm? Did it all just fall into play and it just so happened to be what it is? You know what I mean? Is it possible, hey Willie, what's up, that this just happened this way, and in turn, here we are? I'm not fully convinced in that. Okay, but that is a good statement, and thank you, Salty. But there's just so many things that I cannot process, I guess you can say. I do see the other side of more things than I used to. I'll say that much. But I'm still not totally convinced. And again, I know that prosecution does not have to show us anything more than they do to have made this arrest. Okay. I know that they don't have to show us anything more than they have to be where we're at right now. I'm just surprised that they haven't, considering that they are wholeheartedly and fully sure of themselves in this case. And that's the problem. Neither am I. There's no way to convince me on either side at this point. I just want to see something more from prosecution, which is not going to happen until trial, and that's okay. That's all. I just want to see something more from prosecution to show me that Brian C. Kohberger went into that house in Moscow and did what he did. That they're claiming he did, I should say. So that's the biggest struggle I've had, and I see your side of things 100%, bud. I absolutely do. You know that. We've talked about this before. And I also see I see a few more things on the guilty side than I did before, only because I went back and re-looked at these things in a different fashion, and it does make some sense, just not enough.
Well, if we look at Blaker's statement, you know, in Blaker's affidavit, rather, he says one likely location for the clothes / mask / shoes that he was wearing during the attack would be his residence.
Yeah.
That means he's all on board with Dylan making that statement, right? He truly believes that this guy was wearing this mask, and we got to find this mask.
Right. I get that. Hey, Sleuthie. Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, now let's the mask thing. Okay. So from what I understand, and I think what most of us understand, is it was basically a COVID mask, right? Which was one of these deals. So that was another issue I had with, you know, the identification of this person that she saw, which goes back to her statement again. It's all included in that statement. You know,
yes, just something a mask that would be, you know, nose and below.
Right. Hold on a second. I've never heard anything about gloves being found behind the house, Angel. Did I miss something? Has anybody else heard about gloves being found behind the house? I was, from the beginning, from what I understood, Salty, that it was like a COVID type mask, because somebody had stated before that it was a ski mask, and then that was discounted and said no, it was like a half COVID mask.
Well, it could be like a cravat too, like, you know, the two Hispanic women that traumatized Sherry Papini. Maybe he borrowed one of their masks.
Like I know what you're saying. I know what you mean.
And, you know, it's another parallel, because here we have, you know, the supposed victim who cannot help in any way the investigators.
Right.
Yeah, I can't identify the people that did this to me.
I understand. Yeah, that's what I thought, was just the one glove in the front yard. I understand with the DNA. So yeah.
I mean, we do have to start tallying up all these things that point to suspicion and doubt.
Very true. Very true. I mean, and there are a lot, which is where, you know, where it comes from. That wouldn't have never started if we didn't have it, you know. Welcome, Willie. I love your eyes, buddy. And Social Glow, welcome to you as well. Everyone has COVID masks. I do believe most people should. But yeah, you're right, Eddie. There's a lot of things that do need to be checked off on the list that cause doubt. I get it. I absolutely do. Which, you know, I've got 3 notebooks full of those things, and I've looked at them again and again and again, because I'm trying to do the right thing here, as we're supposed to do, and look at the things from that aspect of it. But it still takes me back, because I can't be convinced yet, which again is not going to happen until a trial happens. So, you know, that's why I don't put a whole lot of stock into it at this point, because we're not, unless something, and I've said this, unless something were to happen tomorrow or next week, and they show up and say, okay, there's been 3 more or 2 more arrests in the Idaho 4 case. Whoa, okay, that's a whole other you know, battle axe, or whatever the hell it's called. And then we go, okay, let's talk about that now. What's this? What's that? Where was this at? When did that happen? Why didn't we know about this before? But see, all that goes back to what we were saying in the beginning, Eddie. It's too late for that kind of stuff. It couldn't. I mean, it does happen. You know, I've seen it happen. There's new evidence. There's this. But it's so far into this case at this point, with everything that's going on, I just highly doubt that anything else is going to show up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hi, Willie.
What's up, man?
I don't want to take away any of your time, but you go ahead. I want to hear
No, I mean,
No.
I love
You,
you guys
I
talk
just,
together
I was
back
just
and
hopping out because my fingers hurt. I mean, you know my take. I'm kind of right where you're at as far as I'm sorry. I just want to see more. I mean, if I could convict him with what we all know so far, perfect. But I personally can't. And if people can, whatever, it's their opinion. But when it comes down to what you can prove as far as for the death penalty and to shoot this guy in the heart and to convince 12 unbiased people that he's the only person that could have done it, all I'm saying is you can make an argument for a couple people right now with, like, as far as the evidence goes on BK, you have the same evidence on a couple others that, and then you have three unidentified people that if they could identify those people, how do you know that person wouldn't be a suspect? Like, how do you know that for 100% fact just because you can't identify that source of DNA? So I just think they're going to have a lot of reasonable doubt to get over is my thing.
And let me throw this in because I forgot this too. One of the big things, because I just watched another video on this yesterday. One of the other big things that really bugged me after the fact was when it was stated that the two surviving roommates were texting back and forth between each other during the commission of the crime. That's something that was just like, if that's wholeheartedly 100% true, like, if you can do that, why did one of you not? And like I said, supposedly this came from Steve's mouth. That's why I take it for what it is. And if it's not true, then it's not true. That's fine. But if it is true, if you're doing that, why did not either one of you just say, hey, call the cops real quick and see, what's going on, or step out of the room to see or hear what's going on. Something about that has always bothered me since I've heard that. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it bothers me a lot because I'm sorry, but if Bethany and Dylan were guys and they were texting back and forth for 8 hours during the commission of a crime and whatever, they'd be locked up.
They would have been in jail that day.
And nobody would be questioning it. But
I agree.
Instead, we have to make excuses for this 20-year-old girl for 8 hours for not dialing the cops. But she could dial somebody else to come over. That's what irks me.
I think everybody has that same issue, buddy.
They should. And the jury should as well. Because, I mean, I understand, you don't want to berate her as being a suspect, but, I mean, I don't know. It just all doesn't make sense because they built their whole timeline around her story. And I don't believe she gave that story as her first story. I'm sorry. I'll put money on it. There's no way she gave that story as the first one.
No, I agree with you. We just had that conversation. I feel that, based on what we know, that she was traumatized. They said that she or one of them passed out or whatever, which I can understand. She should have.
Yeah, okay, hold on. Well, let's stay right where you're at. So she passed out when?
Supposedly when the 911 call was in process.
So when the 911 call is in process, okay. So she opens her door. Let's think about this. She opens her door. Now, does she walk over? In your opinion, does she walk over to Zan and Ethan's room and try to get in?
I thought that I would imagine she would have.
Okay. So she can't. So she can't get in, and obviously at that point, without seeing anything coming from underneath the door, that there's some kind of problem. So in my opinion, before you dial anybody outside of that home, you're going to go get your friends. So you're either going to go get Bethany or you're going to go upstairs, which is probably easier at first, to get Kaylee and Maddie. And once you go upstairs and you see Kaylee and Maddie, then you're going to make that call to 911. But she went to Xana's door first, couldn't get in, and just called Hunter.
Can I interject real quick? I want to interject this real quick. On this passed out narrative, I've been looking into that. So what I've come up with is on the 20th of November, 2022, the City of Moscow Police Department put on their Facebook page, and this is, quote, detectives are releasing that on the morning of November 13th, the surviving roommate summoned friends to the residence because they believed one of the second floor victims had passed out and was not waking up. At 11:58, a 911 call requested aid for an unconscious person. Mm-hmm. The call and we know the rest. The call originated from inside the residence, from one of the surviving roommates' cell phones. Multiple people talked with the 911 dispatcher before a Moscow police officer arrived at the location. Officers entered the residence and found the 4 victims on the 2nd and 3rd floors.
I don't know.
So
I don't know.
I don't think it was.
see.
I don't think it was Dylan that was, or one of the surviving roommates, in other words, that supposedly passed out. And I think this illustrates that.
I think they passed out for. I think they passed out when cops got there for show. But why didn't you didn't pass out for the whole time you were navigating the home and seeing what was going on? You pass out when the cops get there? Come on, listen. I'm sorry. I see right through this, and that's why I'm like, a lot of people don't like my opinion because I'm very vulgar with it. But I'm just not going to pretend like something doesn't stink when it smells so bad, because the normal instinct of somebody isn't going to do these things if they're 100% innocent and don't know anything that's going on. But when you start calling your friends over and come on. You have just as much on Hunter as you do on BK as far as circumstantial. That's all I'm saying. You have him pinging in the area
that we know of. Yes, I agree.
I'm just saying that we know of. You have his phone, obviously, in the area. You have his car, which is in the area. You probably have more of his DNA at the scene than Brian. A lot more than DNA of Hunter's, because he was called over to the crime scene, which contaminated it. So again, you could make an argument for Hunter as well without even bringing up the 3 other DNA. So again, I just think that
Hunter was in that house every day, though. Remember that. So we gotta take that.
I know. I'm just saying.
You know what I mean? Unfortunately,
no, I'm just saying. I'm just trying to look at what Ann's gonna do, what she can, what kind of reasonable doubt she can try to bring up for, 12 people that are being convinced that this could only be Brian. It could only be him. It can't be anybody else.
I got you.
So, but if the cast report puts him in the house, he's done. Like if they have his phone in that house, or they have, I don't know.
Anything. Yeah. I'm waiting to see that or hear that. If they will show me something that puts that man inside that house, I'm good. That's all I need. I'm good.
My whole script.
I will wash my hands, dry them off, and walk the hell away. And I'm done. That's all I want to see is one thing that puts that man inside that house, and that will pacify me. And again, I know they don't owe that to me. They don't have to do that. That's just for my own thing to process. That's all. And again, like I said, guys, that's why these talks at this point, honestly, they're not. How can I put it? They're positive having these conversations, and at the same time, it's just
going in a circle.
It does. It goes in a huge circle, Okay, Salty says they 100% have the wrong guy. Are you talking about the same case, Salty? Or are you talking about Delphi? I just want to make sure. I don't want to come across confused. I really have that feeling for Delphi, but I just want to make sure of what you're saying.
Well, hold on. Somebody said something in the chat that I've been saying that's like my main argument, which is right there. So their timeline, the timeline is impossible, Dago.
Yes, sir.
It's impossible if she posted at 4:12, 4:13, whatever it was, and they're saying that the commotion was something going on in the house. It's impossible for a human being to teleport on the camera that he was seen on at 4:20 without a trace, without a trail, without not like being covered in head to toe. I mean, that's 3 minutes.
Jules has been saying for about a year, roughly, close to. It's okay, Salty. That 5 minutes, okay, and I've led along with that because I agree with that. That 5 minutes, that her statement was in chat here a few minutes ago. I had it up there for a minute. I wish I could have spoke on it then, but that 4:04 to 4:20 to 4:25, that whole time right there is what really screws me up. Okay, because if they're gonna go with that, like she said, he was still in his car at 4:04.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But
how
who's there? But who else? But who else can you put there at 4:00?
Wow, they based on the statement, the DoorDash driver,
Okay.
and everybody else that was in the house.
So murders happen between. Remember, murders happen between 4 and 4:25. Brian's still in his car at 4:04. DoorDash is there at 4. All right.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. And
I
then.
mean, I get it. I get it.
Oh no! I'm just saying. I was saying that would be believable that DoorDash left. He went in the house at say 4:05. You know, did this up until 4:17. Say, give him 3 minutes to get to his car and get composed, and then be on camera. But to be on camera from 4:17 to 4:20 while you're still in the act is, I'm sorry, it's literally, it's not possible unless
That's exactly what my thoughts have been. That's exactly why I have struggled so bad. If you could give a clearer timeline and clarify these things, it would not be so confusing. I agree. But
if they didn't go with Dylan's second or third story, they would still be on their 3 to 4 timeline. That's why they changed their timeline to base it around her story.
Right, and I agree with that. I do agree with that. So that's the question. That's a good point, Willie. That's a really good point. 1 second, folks.
This case would make you want to kick a fat kid. Oh God!
Hey, leave me out of this.
I want to talk. Dago, is it okay? I want to talk real quick about.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, bud.
Hunter Johnson, real quick. I think the narrative that it's Hunter Johnson, I think that began due to Ashley Banfield on the 15th of February. That is the source of that, and it's not by name. That is, she words it Ethan's best friend, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I just want to caution everyone because we're running with this Hunter Johnson name, but we don't know. And number one, she never named his name. But more importantly than that, this is just Ashley Banfield saying her sources.
Mm-hmm.
Well, can I ask a question? Because I wasn't here before they had like Brian's name and stuff. So before they came out and said, "Oh, it's Brian Koberger," wasn't there like a lot of, I'm assuming, suspicion on a bunch of other people that?
Oh yeah. Everybody was talking about all the Jacks and the Jakes and the Johns and the. Yeah, okay. There was a lot of people that were like thrown all over the place. You know what I mean? So yeah, 100%.
Yeah. Okay. I figured.
I mean, I think they even had the dog listed as a suspect at some point. It was insane.
I will say, I personally think, this is just my opinion, I personally think the dog knows the person, not just because he saw the person during the night, but he knows the person very well that did this. It's my opinion.
I get it. Well,
here's the thing. He put that dog in the room.
That's a very grand possibility. Okay. But if you put Brian into that picture, then I would say no. But there's so many people that were in that house that dog probably knows. You know what I'm saying?
Or the dog just became accustomed to seeing so many new people that it was just another.
That's what I was going to say. Yes, sir. It wasn't a big deal to see new people come into the house. It wasn't a big deal to see 5 or 10 different guys come through because they're different parties, different people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not a surprising scenario. He was still a puppy. He probably liked everybody. They probably all liked him. So that's what like my dog. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He loved anybody.
But I do believe that the dog was crying and whimpering, not just from it sensing death from the room over, but from wanting to maybe go to the bathroom. So I feel like the dog would have been scratching, whining, something, you know?
I agree with that, but I also want to go back to I'm not saying what I'm saying is true. It's just
me neither. I don't know.
My head that I have put to play is that I still feel that Kaylee was in her bedroom with the dog, getting ready to go down for the night, maybe on her phone, whatever, and that there was some noise or something going on in the next room, Maddie's room, and that Murphy hearing somebody coming up the stairs, walking into the room. Maybe dogs have their senses. They smell things, they hear things, they know things. Started whimpering and scratching at the door to get out to go. She wants to know either one. She said, "Oh, what's going on? What's the matter with you? Or do you need to go outside again?" Opens the door, in turn, says, "You stay." Sees somebody because it's across the hall, and is like, "What the hell?" Shuts the door, keeps him in the room, and heads over to that room to interact with that scenario. In turn, realizes that what's going on and tries to stop. And she gets into that turmoil with that person, which is why she was attacked. So,
but all right.
That's my theory.
I just figure that just from the pictures I saw that she would bring the dog with her. Like that's you know what I mean? Like she closed the door behind her. If she closed the door behind her just to go check on something, I don't know. I mean, yeah, anything could be right. I'm trying to like picture it. I don't know.
Right.
So this is a complicated, and I hate to bring us back in our discussion, but
it's okay.
Me and Jules are still talking about Hunter.
Right. I've seen that. Yeah. That's what this is all about, you guys. You talk about it. Like I said, as long as we're using common sense and logic, and nobody is, victim shaming or family shaming, I'm good with everything.
It's a complicated point.
It has to be more of a shock. It should be more of a shock to all you guys who, were looking into family, friends, love triangles and everything, and to be dropped with a bomb of no connection, no motive, just a random guy, random house is crazy.
Yeah, I agree. I do agree. Go ahead, Eddie, what you were saying, buddy.
It's a kind of a complicated thing to get a complicated thought to get across in text. But so that interview, which didn't happen, supposedly on the Drunk Turkey Show, he spoke on the telephone with Christy, and then he apparently had like a 45-minute video, which he struck down. And then on the following morning, I think it's like a 13 or a 15-minute video that he recovers what he spoke to Christy about during that telephone call. And I don't know if when he's retelling what Christy told him, if he ever uses by name Hunter Johnson, or if he's using Ethan's best friend.
He never said his name. He said Ethan's best friend.
I would agree with that. And then on top of that, this is something, that Steve learned from Ethan's best friend when they met face to face, apparently, and cried together. And then so we have Ethan's best friend told Steve, and then Steve told Christy, and then on the telephone, Christy told Daniel, and now Daniel is telling us.
Right.
For the telephone version.
So how many layers of hearsay are we talking about with, and
that's what this case has been from day one, buddy. You know that. There's so many. This onion is a big ass onion. It's been layered and layered and layered because of all of that. That's why it's been such an issue. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now that interview with Drunk Turkey Show, I believe, would have been after Banfield on News Nation put it out. Correct me if I'm wrong on that. But because we can source this back to the genesis of this thing is going to be Banfield with her sources. I'm going to say that, since everything pretty much that Ashley Banfield has told us to this point has been debunked, or it's just ridiculous and you can just discard it, at face value.
That's a fact.
So I'm going to say Hunter Johnson, let's discard his name from our vocabulary, being the one that's there finding a body, giving it CPR, calling 911. It's not Hunter Johnson, but somehow
who is
somehow
it?
This narrative is supposed to be given to us because it's an advantage. Whoever's putting out this narrative wants us to believe that for some reason.
Right. I can see that. So that's a good question. Like Jules just said, if Hunter's not Ethan's best friend, then who was, or who is that person? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Who'd you call?
That's the question of the
Where's the
year.
Where's the 911 call? I mean, I'm
Right.
sure they'll play it in court, hopefully,
Well, maybe
No,
we're never going
they
to hear
won't.
it other than that.
or
You know,
released when it's closed or whatever. I mean, what am I saying? They didn't even wear body cams at PA. So what a crock of shit. Let me ask you guys about that. Do you truly believe
no,
that they would risk
no.
Brian or Brian's dad or Brian's mom or accidentally shooting Brian's mom or Brian's dad or Brian attacking them with a knife or a gun to not have any of that on video?
I think I said this to you last time, but I believe that one of the agencies had body cams on. One of them had them on, because we do know that I think it was Pennsylvania State Police, FBI,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
believe,
we talked about that.
I think the county were all involved in that scenario. Somebody had cameras on. They had to. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense to not do it as a law enforcement official in something that big. You would have something on for your own protection.
Yeah.
Whether or not
I mean, what if they actually shot? Yeah, what if they actually shot or they were shot? You know, and you have no proof of any of it. What? Since when?
I know. That's one of the biggest things to believe, or the hardest things to believe. And I've never been able to convince myself that they had nothing. Okay, and that's it right there, right there. There's no way that they had 40 people, which is what, over 40 people
No way.
on that arrest with not one camera on.
No way.
Come on, guys. These people, this is their job. Okay, if somebody were to say, and this is just a stupid suggestion, but if one of the people in that house were to say this happened, there's got to be somebody to prove that it did or didn't happen.
Exactly.
Nobody's going to take somebody's word for it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. Well, what if his parents came out and said, they threw this and this on the counter and took it as evidence, and the police said no, he didn't. How can the police prove they didn't? Like, how do you not have video to back up what you're, what you found, what you saw, all that shit? How do you, they have it? I just don't know why they're saying they don't. But sorry, man, go ahead.
Dago and Willie both, and everyone in chat, about this,
I agree.
body cams in Pennsylvania. Prior to even taking him down, Dago, you heard me in the past. I've spoken on this about how did the communication go? There has to be where there's initiation of the Moscow Police Department reaching out to Pennsylvania State Police and saying, hey, here's the deal. And then I even did one of my silly, role playing. So the PSP would have said, well, explain your situation. What do you got? Well, I got this guy and he's holed up in this house in, this neighborhood in Pennsylvania. And we need you to take him down. Well, slow down. What if we just ask him? What if we just bring him in for questioning? Why be so severe here? Why all the dramatics?
Exactly. Why didn't they ever bring him in for questioning?
Doesn't a conversation like that ever happen?
And I don't want to hear, from anybody that, oh no, they didn't want to spook them. Do you know how many documentaries, interrogations I've watched where they bring the person in that they think did it, they don't confess, and they trail them for a week or two and wind up arresting them, but they didn't do any of that. So in my opinion, they didn't have his name until he left. This is my opinion, until he left Idaho, because it just doesn't make sense to me why they would trail him across the whole country just to get his parents' DNA out of the trash, which is legal. If he could have just got his DNA out of the trash at any point in time in Idaho, if you were following him. So I think they got his name late, not when they're saying that they started looking at it.
I know what you mean. Exactly.
Huh?
I said, yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know. Something's going on with my camera, flip-flopping me around and all sorts of weird shit. But I know exactly what you're saying about that, Willie. That makes a lot of sense to me. It really does.
I don't know. I'm just trying to, like you said, I just don't know why they want to bring him in for questioning. And, before I hopped on here, you guys were talking about the mask. And that's the last thing I want to hear is he had a COVID mask on. because I do not want to hear that. Because then I'll really call bullshit on everything, because there's no way she wouldn't be able to. They wouldn't do a lineup or a sketch or anything if it was just a COVID mask. I mean, if you could see that much of his big ass head, they didn't even. I don't know. I thought I was hoping that they would say that the mask he had on was the one where it's kind of like a big ass hole. It goes over your eyebrows and under your nose. I forget what it's called, but
we used to use those when I was a firefighter. It's just it just shows like your
yeah,
the circle of your face, right? The rest of it covers your head. It's
but
I know what it's called. I can't think of it, but yeah, I know what you're talking about.
But yeah, like, because the ski mask would cover up his eyebrows, because he doesn't have eyebrows like we talked about the dad from American Pie. His would like protrude out of the holes,
right.
But
right.
So he obviously didn't have a ski mask on, and I just don't want to believe that he had a COVID mask on. I want to believe that he had something more sophisticated on. If all she saw and all she could describe is his eyebrows, not his big ass Frankenstein looking head or his protruding forehead or any of that stuff. She's talking about the eyebrows.
Right.
So I don't know.
My gears are still turning so slowly over I'm back in Pennsylvania with that conversation.
Yeah, that's fine.
All right. So what, and this is the hypothetical question. Nobody's going to have the answer to this in the moment, but it gets to the point where you can't just take another agency's word at it. Like, so you got this guy, and supposedly he did this, but I want to examine what you got. What makes you think? First of all, he's not convicted of it. You think he did it. So why be so rash? Why not just take him in for questioning? Because there's a lot of risk to my men, etc., and to his family. Yeah. What is the protocol? Has this ever been performed in the past where one agency across the country, or just across town, in a different neighboring state or whatever, reaches out and says, hey, I need you to bring this guy down hard, go in the middle of the night and at gunpoint and tackle him based on my say-so? This is just a theory we have. We think it's the guy. Well, that's quite extreme.
Yeah,
there has to be, whoever is the in charge of, the ranking member at PSP would have to have say what Moscow called us and they want us to do what, and we're just going to blindly do it.
Exactly.
And my point of view is, at this point, it has nothing to do with Moscow police officers reaching out. There's a higher power, a bigger agency that is doing this.
Well, I mean, I've watched a ton of other cases, past cases, recent case, all kinds of shit, and so far, out of probably over 100 that I've watched, Brian has been arrested on the least amount of evidence that I've seen anywhere. I've seen cases where they had the type of blood of the person that was murdered. That wasn't enough for an arrest, let alone a conviction. And in this case, the strongest piece that we know of is what? Touch DNA. You take that touch DNA out of the PCA, Brian's just a regular dude in a college town driving around late at night. That's all he is. Take that touch DNA out, you got nothing. That's the one thing they're grasping on. And everybody wants to, everybody say they have a whole bunch more. That's fine. But I'm saying right now, what they're grasping on is that touch DNA. But if you take that out, what do you really got? What do you really got?
That's why I keep saying this won't even go to trial.
I don't know. I feel bad for, if it does go to trial, that the jury has to sit there and their heads are going to spin off, because this is, I mean, look how we're acting. I mean, and
actually, there's two comments and I agree with them. Look at Delphi, Willie. There's so much less. You know what I mean?
No, Delphi is, at least Brian's getting somewhat of a
right. Yeah. That's the thing. Delphi has so much less.
No, Delphi's that's a whole different ball game, dude.
Right. That's probably the only one I've seen that has. That's the one.
Here's the thing. If they didn't have somebody for the amount of time that they didn't have somebody in Delphi, this would have turned into another Delphi. So that's all I'm saying.
Very likely. Very likely.
They got somebody pretty quick before this year started, and they were able to resume class. And they got somebody pretty. If you think about it, they got somebody pretty damn fast. Even though, didn't have a suspect for a while, they got somebody pretty fast. That if that person truly had no connection, no motive, no nothing, to get somebody like that in a short amount of time is, again, pretty impressive. If it's the right guy, like you said, if it's all perfect, like they're making that puzzle to be, then all power to him. But he must be a magician. I don't know. He's better than Houdini.
Sherry's got a good point here, and I'm curious about this cast. Okay, this is a big deal. This whole she says we don't have video or cast DNA will not be the big factor. I'm curious about that. I really am, because I've heard multiple people say this cast thing is a big deal. It's going to be the deciding factor. It's going to make things flip.
But so was the car, Dago.
I know.
So was the car, and what happened? They went. Grace went from saying that's the key to, hey, no big deal. There's no DNA in there. You can get around that. Okay, perfect. So now we got to look at the cast. What happens when the cast comes back? It's like since when do you want to be waiting on something for it to come back that it's this guy when you don't even have something already that's 100% sure that it's the guy, but you're going to shoot this dude? Like, that's what's blowing my mind. If they're just, they think it's him, that's sickening. Like, they should know it's him if they have all this other evidence that they're going to provide that I don't think they have. But
see, here's my thought on this, and I've thought about this a whole lot. Welcome everybody that has just recently jumped in. I appreciate you guys joining us today. I thought about this because the prosecution, and you guys have to agree, and sorry for the lighting, guys. The prosecution is very competent. They've come off as being very competent to me on this. And I went back and I watched a few of the hearings, and I watched both Thompson, and I've watched how they've been talking and acting. Something has given them that confidence. I want to know what it is. So to me, that says that they have something there that they're just sitting on that, for whatever reason, is going to just blow everybody's minds. I'm telling you, there's something. I don't know what it could be. I have broken myself down trying to figure it out.
So can I ask a question?
Please.
Do you, because I don't believe so, but do you truly think that if they have like a smoking gun right now, that they wouldn't, at least it wouldn't leak, or they wouldn't tell the public to kill all this public doubt?
I agree with you. I would have thought if they do have a smoking gun, we'd have got this months ago, right?
Because remember that Brian Walsh guy, whatever his name is, Walsh, whatever his last name, he killed his wife, and they found her in a basement, whatever. Came out they came out that hour and said, yeah, we found this. That list dude, I know. That list dude, his stuff came out within a couple days. You had people on the ground at his house because they were digging up his backyard.
Absolutely.
So
absolutely, I agree with you, dude. Listen, I do agree with you.
If they have the knife, what does it hurt? I mean, literally, what does it hurt if that puts him dead to rights? Coming out and saying, "Hey, we tracked this guy's trail. Blah blah blah. We have the knife." Everybody, if they hate this public doubt so much, then everything gets put to rest. So if they're just holding on to it, then that's whatever. But I just don't see why.
I'm gonna tell you this: I definitely don't think it's a knife. I know you're just using it as an example, but I definitely don't think they'll never get that knife.
No,
or whatever weapons. That's never gonna happen. I don't think ever.
But
and I agree with you. But I cannot find or figure out for the life of me why they are so positively sure after what we've seen. And it just might tell. My wife and I have talked about this too. She's like, hon, maybe they really do just have something that they know for a fact is going to point to him. And the only thing I can go back to, this is the only thing that it will, that gives me some kind of contentment with this, is that all that 51 terabytes of digital that they have, there's something in there that, and I get it. Why haven't they showed it? Why wouldn't they put that out there to concrete this? It doesn't make sense to me either. But there's got to be something to give them that absolute comfort in saying this is the guy, and to keep to keep the death penalty on the table, they got to have some kind of, they got to have something, you guys. It doesn't make any other sense to me. Otherwise,
hold on. But the death penalty. So the death penalty, for them to go for the death penalty, has nothing to do with how much evidence they have. The death penalty has to do. I actually researched this. The death penalty has to do with how vulgar the act was. No matter if they have, pings or if they have a bloody knife, it's how heinous the act was. So they can still go for the death penalty with shit evidence. It's like you said, whatever. If they do have that damning evidence, it would be something that would come after looking into his arrest. So I don't think it would be any piece of video evidence, because I think they combed through all that before his arrest. I think it would be something like a search or some kind of chat room or some kind of something that they found on his device that we wouldn't know about. But my question to you is, because again, I'm not that far into true crime and shit, so I still have questions. So if they're looking into, if they get his stuff and they're looking into him and they find something, that's a connection. That's motive. That's a connection. That's something. So
yeah.
So I think what they would find would be have to do strictly with the knife or something that has nothing to do with the roommates. Correct?
Think about this for a second. Think about this, because this kind of blew my own mind with this. Remember when we watched the hearing with Ann Taylor where she said there's 0 DNA that was transferred from the crime scene to this man's house, apartment, office, or there was nothing. There's no connection, she said in her statement, right?
Yeah, she said precious. Yeah, she's like, they provided precious little or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So what if, because we know for a while there that she was requesting, there's been 10 different requests for discovery, right?
Yeah.
What if there was something that they were waiting to give her throughout that, because that hearing happened quite a while ago. From that point to right now, if something was brought to, given to her, that they're just not putting out, because she's not going to put it out there because it's going to bring her case down, okay? And the prosecution's not going to put it out there because they know what they have. You see what I'm saying? I mean, I'm not saying that this is a fact, but I'm just saying I'm trying to find something in my mind that I've seen that would make some sense to make the prosecution explain why they're so positive that Brian did this. That's all.
But you don't think
something I thought of.
You don't think she would touch that at all in any motion?
I don't.
No.
I don't, because if that's the case, why would? Okay, let me ask you this then. Why would she motion?
Because who gives a shit about? Listen, in this case, if they have this strong evidence, they're not telling the public. Then they're not. Then what's the difference if the public knows this or that anyway? So, they know we're going to read this shit online. So,
right.
I get what you're saying. I just don't know. I don't know what direction whether the defense or prosecution is looking to go here. I don't know if one's bluffing. I don't know if I don't know. Like I'm like you. I'm trying to figure out what each one has or what each one, doesn't have. I have no clue. I just feel like she's been, like you said, she's been harping on how many motions? 10 or 11 for the discovery?
It's been 10. It's been 10. Yeah.
So if there's something in that discovery, like you said, that is gonna, can there be something in the discovery that puts him like 1,000% as the guy who did it? I don't know.
I mean,
people are telling me discovery doesn't matter, so why does he need it and blah blah blah. So I mean, any piece of anything could have been brought in. And Jesse, what I'm saying, I agree with you. She would have never made that statement without all the facts, not in a court of law in front of the judge. But at that point when she made that statement, is what I'm saying, there was nothing. Okay. Mm-hmm. What if something popped up from that point to right now that they knew was going was at the lab, you're saying?
That they knew ahead of time was going to incriminate him wholeheartedly. If that were the case, we're not going to know. Obviously, it is sealed. So if something came up that they knew was coming that could do it, is what I'm saying. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Because how would we know?
I'm playing devil's advocate all the way around, dude, because I'm trying to figure this out.
Well, no, you're right. I mean, you're right. I mean, listen, it's all, fine and dandy that they got his DNA back in, a day and a half or 2 days, whatever. But I'm sure they were waiting on other stuff that was at the lab. And that's why I asked you how they're trying to play this. If they're trying to do that, where they had something strong and they were just they're trying to wait till the last minute to hand it over. I understand. I don't think that's if they have it, but they're waiting to hand it over. I think that's wrong. I think that when they got it and handed it over, and she was like, "Oh shit," then yeah, that's a possibility. Because that gives them no chance to a fair, speedy trial if they withheld it. So yeah, if it came,
that's not possible either, though, Bub, because she herself stated, and the prosecution agreed, they've given me everything I've asked for, Your Honor. Everything that she's requested from the state, they've given her. The state was having problems getting things from law enforcement. That was where that laid in wait. Okay, that was where the problem was. So I get that, but again, I'm playing devil's advocate on every aspect I can to try to.
Well, you could be right though. That's
where is the prosecution's confidence coming from? Now I understand they have to show that confidence regardless. They're gonna show that regardless because that's what they do. But it just they've never pulled the death penalty off the table. They've had it out there from the get, and they're still very confident that this guy is the one that did this, and he did it alone. There's not been talk of anything else, regardless of what anybody else has said. You or I, or even Steve Gonsalves has stated that it's possible to him that somebody else was involved too. They're not saying that. So again, they're the only things that were being waited on that she was saying that they're still requesting discovery from was coming from the FBI. And we know from what we know, there's nothing else coming from the FBI. They've already stated they don't have anything else in that sense. But do they? Is there stuff? I'm sure there's stuff we don't know about, you guys. I mean, that's obvious. You know what I mean?
And that's where I can I get people's argument with that because we don't. And that's why I said nobody's right or wrong in this. That's why I don't understand why so many people have been divided over this, especially what I've seen. Trust me, it's even myself having an opinion of wanting more. I've been I've had to whatever, but I'm like you. I'm in the middle. I don't give a shit if he did it or not. I just want true justice. So
this is something else I took into account. I was thinking about something. I was reading some looking at some old cases, okay, some law stuff, trying to learn some stuff, God forbid. And somebody made a statement in here. I just saw it about Bill Thompson pulling a death penalty before. What if the death penalty was put on the table? Because you can take that off the table at any time if they choose to. What if they put that out there to try to force Brian into either a plea or a confession?
Yep.
Okay. That in itself could tell its own story, in my opinion.
Plus, I'm going to say it again, sound like a parrot. He hopped on that plane pretty damn fast. For somebody that knows the law, okay.
I know.
And somebody that, had their PhD and had their life going for him, all of a sudden he wants to die quicker. He all of a sudden wants to get on a plane to get back to Idaho to be shot quicker if he actually did this. But
he also threw something in with that, said that he cannot wait, and that came from his attorney, so we know that was factually said. He cannot wait to be acquitted for this, which is where I followed that, and right along with what you just said, he jumped on that plane faster than he could even blink to get home, to get acquitted, or not to get home, but to get back, to get acquitted, to go through this whole thing. But here we are sitting and waiting still. But again, like Bill just said, they can remove the death penalty anytime. He could call in today and say he'll plead guilty for the death penalty to be removed, and they'll do it. And that's what I'm saying, guys. That's where I've come to a point with this. Is it a bluffing game that they're playing to try to force him into a confession or a plea? He could plea and he could say, he could be thinking about this. It's just a waiting game, back and forth. And it's like the Wild West. We got two guys facing off with each other. Who's going to draw first? You see what I'm saying? And are they waiting to see, be in prosecution, and these guys are good at their jobs, to see if this guy is going to come out with a plea deal and plea for life in prison. They'll pull the death penalty if he confesses, and boom, there it is. It's done.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And that's something that has been like turning for a minute here. I said a long time ago, this is almost like, I hate to say it in this fashion, but it's almost like a game I've seen happen in other cases I've looked at where they will play each other back and forth for as long as it takes. One side's going to pull eventually.
Yeah.
You know,
Well,
and I've always said, though, I don't think Brian is that guy, but you never know.
No, but I think from talking to, people that knew him and stuff, and, me kind of knowing him and just knowing his mom, dude, I think that if they had it on him, he would have pled already. Like, if he would just snapped and did this for no apparent reason, and they showed him, listen, dude, we got you. Like, he knows the shit. But if they don't, if he looks at it like we're looking at it, and he's like, listen, unless you got more, I ain't plead to this shit, and I didn't do it. I was driving, then I don't know, man. Just weird that he had his whole life going for him, and then just out of the blue snapped. If he was fired, like they're saying, but he didn't do nothing to his professor or his students. He just did a random place in a different state for no apparent reason. You can't make it make sense to me.
I definitely don't. I agree with you on one side of that. I don't think it was random. There was something that played into the fact that this was picked. Okay. There's something there with that. I'll give it that, but I just don't think it was just a random, okay, let's go to that house and let's do this. There's somewhere along the lines down there. He either saw, if he did this, heard, or was involved with somebody, or that heard something that gave him the inkling to go to that house. Okay. If that's the case, but it's definitely, in my opinion, it's definitely not random. But that is something I've been thinking about lately with that whole death penalty scenario to make it make sense. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand how actually, there's a good point right there. Idaho took the death penalty off the table in the Ballo case.
Yeah.
Sanctions against the prosecution for failure to meet discovery deadline. There you go. I mean, we've seen some issues going on with this. We've seen some problems going on with this. You know what I mean? I don't know. We don't know. And like what you were just saying with him, where he just snapped, people that knew him a while ago and working up to this, something could have just snapped. You know what I mean? I mean, it could have been something that was working up to it.
Well, that's why I'm trying to get Mike on, because, the people I know,
I would love to hear from
saw
him.
him while he was coming back from college. So it's not like it was, back from when I graduated high school. That's the last I remember. That these Mike remembers, before all this shit happened. When he came home, he would, on the holidays and shit, they would hang out. So that's why I think it's important, because, like you said, I can't come on here and talk about this just strictly Idaho case, because it's just kind of, you're spinning around in circles because we don't really know. But if I can bring something of substance to, make maybe one side a little more clearer, to make the all around picture for everybody a little more clear, and then they can do whatever the hell they want with it. I don't care. I'm just, I'm trying to get there.
I would actually love to have a conversation with Micah just to hear.
Yeah. Well, he actually just called me. Actually, he actually just tried calling me while I'm on here. So when I get off here, I'm going to call him back, and then try to schedule something with him to,
that'd be great,
up.
Dude.
And
absolutely. And he will be completely respected. You already know I won't allow for anything like that. Not that it would happen, because this community in here is great people. So yeah, I'd love to hear his side of Brian. I'm sure lots of people want to know that.
Yeah,
too.
I was gonna have him up. Yeah, I was gonna have him up on mine to just kind of shoot the shit, go over, talk, whatever. And then if he feels comfortable going,
sure. Absolutely.
Then I just won't let him go to places where I know that people are gonna bitch and say, no,
yeah,
he was a monster and all this.
I respect that 100%. And like I said, that's not gonna happen in here. Whatever needs to happen to make him comfortable. Whatever you guys need to do, I'm down with whatever. You just let me know what you need me to do. That's all.
And here's the thing, like I haven't spoken to him for hours on end, asking him questions. I'm leaving everything and kind of just waiting until he comes on to just have it raw, because I want to know. I mean, there's questions I have too that I don't know.
That is the best way to do it, because it's true and it's real. That's it.
Yeah. But I will say, I'll start with him and Rich, and then work my way in. But if I ever like speak to any kind of family, I'm keeping all that to myself, because I've seen what that stuff getting out does.
Absolutely, and I would never want to put.
There's no way.
I would never put his family or their families for that. I've said that already.
No.
I've never tried to reach out to any of them. I would never do that. That's not, in my opinion.
Yeah. No. So that's why I just want to know. Like I said, I just want to know, like you said, I want to know how he was up until, last time these guys seen him, whether it was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago, whatever. I mean, and then go from there. Because like I said, if he did this to his professor, or he did it to one of his students or a couple of his students, and something snapped in his, whatever, okay. But I just need to, for myself, figure out how this was random and he just decided to do this, throw his whole life away for no apparent reason. And like I told you, then he hops on the plane to go back to die faster. Like, what happened in a short amount of time that he went from normal to boom? And if there's little details that they can provide, or shit he used to talk about, or whatever, and we can all take it for something that they don't see, then hey, I think it's beneficial. People won't like it, but I don't give a shit. Me, dude.
I get it. Absolutely. Welcome, Mrs. Kelly. No, I absolutely understand, dude. And like I said, I told you from the beginning, anytime you want to do that, you want to bring somebody in here, I'm down with anything you need to do. I have absolute respect for that, and you and those people. You just let me know what you need me to do when you want me to.
Yeah, well, like I said, this, after talking to Mike and talking to Rich, it's going to lead me to, tons of people. It's just right now, nobody wants to talk because they saw what the media, how they painted Casey Arntz, how they, they spoke to a bunch of people, but they didn't tell the whole interview story. And that's why a lot of people reached out to me angry about that. So that's why nobody wants to speak to the media and speak out that knew Brian, because the media already acted like jackasses. So, but if I tell them, hey, there's a comfortable space or a comfortable, environment where you can come up and, people just want to know what and I'll do what I can, because I trust you and I trust,
Absolutely. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I get that. And that right there, Susan Hunter just put up, Anne has already indicated that she's going to file a motion to strike death penalty because of the discovery problems. I can get that. I did forget it.
Now let me ask you, this discovery that they're going to get, if they get it all, will that show any work done to those other 3 DNAs that were found at the scene?
No, those 3 DNAs were discarded.
That's right, because there wasn't enough. There wasn't enough to work anything with them. Remember?
Wait,
that's what they stated. Am I right, Eddie? I believe they stated that there was not enough of those DNA profiles to do any work with. Am I wrong?
I believe you're right.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was. So those are gone, bud. That's out.
Oh my God. So how the hell did they have enough on a snap of touch DNA that wasn't able to be seen? I guess whatever everybody said the first time they sent it in, and there wasn't enough.
I honestly, I'll be wholeheartedly honest with you. I don't know. I don't understand that.
Didn't they say unknown male DNAs? Yes. Didn't they identify the sex?
They knew it was male.
What the build a tree?
That's where I have issue with that. If you know it's male, how did you not know? You know what I mean? I get where you're irritated with that, because I was like, what? You know what I mean? So I'm not pushing that one because they know that. I don't, but it does sound shady to me. I'm sorry. I had issue with that when they first said it, and it's gone. Now, don't forget though, the issue that was going on with the FBI when they said not to even use that other DNA. If you put that into effect with this other, I don't know, but I can't answer that. It's crazy. It's crazy. These are the things that have put us all out here on this like this. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And that's why I said, even if he's convicted, dude, he's going to have strong appeals, man. Strong appeals.
Oh,
Jesus,
God, yeah. It'll go on forever, ever and ever.
Yeah. Just from how this was all done, in my opinion. But yeah, I just think if you take, the Long Island serial killers PCA, you compare that to the 18 pages, what we saw with this, it is night and day. Because I think this is just 18 pages of, them trying to make that timeline make sense, in my opinion, because there's nothing in there. Because, like you
Right.
said, they have the smoking gun, but it's not in the PCA. All the smoking guns are in the PCA with that dude.
Yes. I'm not saying that they have one. I'm just saying I
No,
would,
they might.
in my mind, they have to. They would have to have some kind of a smoking gun for this to go into effect the way that it is. Laurel Dan just said that Dylan did not make a statement that was in the PCA. Read the PCA from the top. It was the person writing the PCA's interpretation of what she said, which is, basically what I said. We have never seen a statement made by Dylan. So, I can agree with you, Laurel, 100%. That's kind of how I explained it myself earlier when I said that I don't believe she gave a full, like, this is me, Dylan, telling you this is what I think happened.
Yeah, she didn't use the word clad.
Right. I think she described a short form of something, and they took that and wrote that themselves. That's what I think why it was like that. So,
and that's why I think it's a possibility. You never know that they got Brian's name. They saw what Brian looked like, and they try to bend that story a little bit around what. Again, it's so weird. It's so odd that they changed the whole timeline, which means that in my mind, 100% fact that they did not go with the first story that came out of when they said, "Hey, all 4 of your friends are dead in the house. You waited 8 hours to call us. What happened?" I don't think that what you see in that PCA is the first thing she told them. I'm sorry.
No, I agree with you. I'm going to guarantee you that there were multiple interviews. I mean, there would have to be, okay? But, police want to know what happened. They need to know. So I'm sure that there was multiple interviews with multiple people, I would guess. That's just how I've seen that go down before. But I don't know.
I'm just talking about the first time, when they first bring him in to question them and they sit them down and they talk to them for an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever. I want to know what story she gave there if they had a timeline of 3 and 4, because obviously if a witness tells you this was going on at 4, blah, 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 you're not going to make your timeline between 3 and 4 and then switch it later on. So you had to have switched it after something in the story changed for you to switch your timeline. And that's where I think that she said something different. I mean, I'm just using logic here with the timeline of them, of law enforcement. Unless you think that, I don't know. I don't know.
I don't. I was going to pull this up here. Hold on 1 second. Okay. So, I mean, and we could even look at this too, because like I said, I've had it on hand because I've looked at it multiple times recently, just for my own well-being. I'm sure everybody's seen this. There's probably people in here that can read this in their sleep and recite it word for word. But again, if you go back to this, where is it here? I would love to see these parts here that are redacted. I really would. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not gonna happen, but let me find. I should know exactly where this spot is, but all right.
Now, is this, just real quick, is this the PCAs and what kind of what they is in there? Is that all that's presented to a grand jury? How does that work?
I can't answer you honestly because I don't know. I believe that they'll take what's in this and say, hey, here's the deal, and whatever, with the pings, this, that, and everything else, and say this is what we have. I would imagine. Does anybody know the answer to that question, honestly? Sherry, I know you worked with law. Jules, if you're still in here, do you guys know if that is all they would take to the grand jury?
Like, would they bring?
Sherry says no.
No.
I would imagine that there's got to be, you would have to have something more. But again, we do know that according to what we heard, that some of the jurors wanted to see more and they were denied that. So
that's why I'm asking, because then from what you're saying, if they have that strong piece of evidence, it must have came after the grand jury indictment. I believe because the grand jury was underwhelmed from what they had saw. And then if a grand jury can indict a ham sandwich and they wanted to see more, that's, in my opinion, that's crazy.
It's been stated time and time again. I think Eddie's heard this. I know I've heard this. You probably have too. Just to bring it down, they used the absolute minimum amount of whatever they had to make this happen. It was nothing. They used the absolute minimum to arrest them and to get this rolling. That's all. That's what I understand. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. But I believe that was what it was. It was all, yeah, like it was all they needed. And so they weren't going to waste anything else. If that was all they needed, they just took it and ran with it, and that was it. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, and I think that's why they went to the grand jury with it, because I think they would have got their ass beat in a preliminary hearing. But that's just my opinion.
Well, and I think that's why they went to this, because they kind of knew that. Okay, that's a good point. We can talk about that real quick. Let me ask that question. What do you guys think would have happened in a preliminary hearing? Do you think things would have went a different way because they didn't have that at that point, or because they just were really trying not to use it? Which I still don't understand that. Anybody that knows this stuff, I just wish somebody would explain to me, why would you not use a smoking gun or a bomb that's going to say, here it is, black and white. Look, there he is.
Exactly. And that's where I make the comparison to the LISC, because there's nukes in there, dude. There's nukes in there. And we don't even have a mortar. So, I don't know. Take it with however you.
That was clarified that they wanted stuff they weren't entitled to, which is why it wasn't overturned, she said. And I get that. But let me find this. I don't know why. I used to know this like up and down. I just looked at this last week, so I'm trying to.
I just know as soon as I heard the word Bethany and exculpatory evidence, in a matter of I don't know how long, they had the indictment.
Right. Okay. So here it says DM state. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I'm not. DM and BF both made statements during interviews that indicated. Okay. That. I'm sorry. You there?
I can read it.
Okay, good. DM and BF both made statements. Let me blow it up just a little bit more for you guys. During interviews that indicated the occupants of the King Road residence were home by 2 a.m. and asleep, or at least in their rooms by approximately 4 a.m. This is with the exception of Xana Kernoodle, who received a DoorDash order at the residence at approximately 4 a.m. Law enforcement identified the DoorDash delivery driver who reported this information. DM stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor. DM stated she was awoken at approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Goncalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms, which were located on the third floor. That would have been right above and away, just over slightly away from her. Okay. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Goncalves, I'm sorry, say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." Now, as I read this last week, it made me wonder, at 4 a.m., this happened simultaneously. Did Haley say that because she heard the DoorDash driver? She heard a car outside, or she heard somebody in the house? Okay, that was a question I gave myself. Yeah. Now, where are we at now? Short time later, we heard. Okay, a review of records obtained from a forensic download of Kernoodle's phone showed this could also have been Kernoodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using the TikTok app at approximately 4:12 now. Okay. And Jules just said, that statement has always made me feel like the Dasher went to the cops and told them they dropped food there, not the cops finding the Dasher to ask questions. That's kind of what I thought too, that they went because they saw this on the news and said, hey, I was that guy and here I am, but I don't know. So the TikTok thing, now here we go again at 4:12 a.m. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom window, but did not see anything. And see, from what I understood, that's changed now, or it was either that or Bethany looked out her window and saw something, but I don't know. And that's what I was thinking too, Jules, is that could have been regarding the DoorDash driver. That's what I came to the conclusion of. But anyway, okay, so when she heard the comment about someone being in the house, DM stated she opened her door a second time. Now, it doesn't say anything about her opening her door the first time, but okay. She opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from her noodles room, that was like next door, right? Okay. Same floor, right across the thing.
Now she's standing by her door, opening it a crack and listening out. Is that that's how we're going to proceed this, correct?
That's what I'm guessing. That's how I
Okay.
see it.
So you don't think she opened it, heard these weird noises, ran back to her bed, laid down, got up. Do you think she stayed by there and opened it, closed it, opened it, closed it?
I don't know.
That's
a good question. Like, she opened it obviously a first time and closed it, looked out, closed it, didn't see or hear nothing, closed it. Did she stand right there for a minute listening, or did she go back over to like her bed and then hear something and get up again? Good point. And then there was the third time. So
because if it's loud enough, I could see where she, would hear faint noise. Like, I don't know, man. It's hard to think that if you hear noises that, that loud, you would assume that you would stay by your door if you took it as like a, something that's not normal. And then obviously with the door open, she would hear everything if going on. I mean,
I would imagine the same thing. I absolutely would imagine the exact same thing, but what did Jules say? Did she say something else that I missed? Which makes sense, because if you get food at 4, then you are up and eating and scrolling on your phone till 4:12. That's no time at all. Right? I agree with that. What was that up there? Dylan, heard KG and dog. Dylan, did you hear that? Yeah, I know. Okay,
has anybody tried to compare a couple of her? You said it was TikTok, right? She was on.
Yeah.
So people have claimed that she actually wrote some kind of quote or something as a post at 4:12. Is that correct?
That's what I've heard, and I looked at it once, and I don't see it, but that's just me. I'm not saying it isn't. It could very well be.
Oh, okay.
Or this could be somebody reaching based on what they saw, because there's a lot of reaching that happened in this case. We all know that. So,
which is weird. Well, it's weird that they would, because I hear a lot of people saying that, okay, well, if she kept TikTok, she could have not been on TikTok, but if it left open. But obviously, if it was left open, it would have been left open until, the cops got there. So
absolutely.
Something must have happened at 4:12 for them to constrict their timeline like that. Because why would you throw something in there to now, constrict your timeline? Obviously, they had to, because it showed something, right?
I agree. Yes, sir. That makes sense. It does. Absolutely. All right, so she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. So I've put this together as a visual in my head that's why I believe very possibly that Ethan was attacked first when it came to those two. She starts crying, seeing him down on the ground or whatever, and gets upset. Okay, and then it said that there was a male voice heard saying something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." That doesn't make sense to me still. I've tried to make some sort of a situation to make sense with that, and I just can't.
How is she making out if she didn't hear people getting killed? How is she making out any kind of words and it not be just straight muffle?
Great question.
Like, how are you making out any kind of clear words?
Again,
but you didn't hear anything.
Jules just said she also thought that TikTok could have been opened by accident, and that's a good point, Jules, because these kids were on TikTok all day long, every day, especially Xana. She loved it. And it could have just been a regular one-touch type scenario where it got bumped or something, and boom, there she is. You know what I mean? And I agree with that one. That's a good point, Jules.
Well, that's why I asked about if anybody saw her post and maybe got, a couple of her other posts that was her and saw if there was any kind of discrepancies in, the verbiage or punctuation or whatever, to see if maybe it wasn't her that posted it, or it wasn't her that was on her phone. You never know.
It could have been, that could be why people are looking at the last post she made, thinking that it doesn't make sense with that time period right there, because it was an accident that it got opened up. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Just trying to make it make sense. That's all. That makes a lot of sense.
I'm just reviewing my notes, trying to get some answers on that DNA that we spoke about, those 3 other male DNA profiles. Okay, here's what I've come up with. I don't have extensive notes on that, but there's no discovery for that. The DNA workup was not performed on those. There is no workup.
Then how did they know it was male?
They did some kind of work.
Yeah, and what does workup mean? I don't know what that means, but that's what I.
And something somewhere done to show that it was male DNA, at least I would think.
That's what I mean. So why dive into Brian Koberger's touch DNA, but not 3 other DNAs where you can at least identify the sex? Why? I mean, if you figure if they can identify the sex, they could build a tree, because all they had was a small source of touch DNA on a button. And they had a whole ass glove outside. You're telling me you have more DNA on a button than you do in a whole glove of sweat and.
Exactly. These are the things that take people back and forth. Okay. There's people that believe that Brian's guilty that hear these things and go, yeah, well, how'd that happen? You know what I mean? That's why we're all so back and forth with this.
But I don't question these things until we talk about it and things pop into, things.
And that's the point. If they did testing enough to find that it was male, they would have had to have known it's male. So
yeah. So at what point do you say it's male? Stop the testing.
And that's the thing. You wouldn't do that, I wouldn't think. Am I wrong?
I don't. Yeah, but if you don't want to look at it, if that's your guy, if that's your suspect, and you don't want to look anybody else, then you would, right? I mean, you don't want to have.
When we talked about this about 6 months ago, I think it was, or 4 months ago, or whatever it was, somebody sent me an email that said, okay, when it came out that the DNA was gone for these 3 profiles, whatever, and they said maybe they saw something they didn't like and they let it go. And I said, I can't go with that, because you don't do that. You know what I mean? But
yeah,
it was tested of some sort. It had to have been tested somehow, and there it is, that it's male. How do you not know then, with what you have, that it's what male? You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not catching here with
the tree, or some male, or some relative, or somebody.
Right. Siri says they know, and that's what I thought too. Is they would know, and then maybe it's just that it's because somebody that was cleared. That's all I could come to a point with on it, is that they do know who it is, and it's one of the guys that was cleared. Then I thought, being that Jack D was Kaylee's boyfriend for so long, that they would find his DNA there, as well as Jake Schreiber's, because Maddie's boyfriend, they would find his DNA there, or Hunter's, because he was there all the time. You know what I mean? All over the house. That they would find one of those 3 DNAs, and they were cleared already, so therefore it's just nothing. That's what my thought was on that. I don't know.
But if they said, okay, I think just if they had a party the night before without cleaning anything, there would be more than 2 or 3 DNAs in that whole home. That's why I thought that those 2 DNAs would be prevalent around where the victims were, for them to even bring it up. Because if you want to bring up every single source of DNA in that house, I don't believe there's less than 200, based on all the parties they had and everybody else's accounts, without cleaning. So if they only found 2 other DNAs in that whole house, I'd question everything then. Because who cleaned up?
Yeah, good point, Willie. And I oftentimes I think about Xana's phone. was Xana's DNA on her phone, was her fingerprints on that phone? Because
Oh yeah.
I'm wondering if she even ordered that DoorDash.
Yeah.
Or if someone promised her salvation, I won't harm you if you give me access to your phone.
Well,
right?
they're gonna have to put that, because that guy's kind of a witness, right? Because he was there around the time that these murders occurred. He's gonna have to get on the stand, no?
I would
You would think?
imagine. I would imagine, yeah.
And then I want to
think-
know if he physically, if he just dropped off the food, if he if he knocked on the door, what the instructions were, all that kind of stuff.
Right. I'm sure it was probably a lot of what's been going on with the DoorDash that I've seen. I don't know. Salty works for DoorDash, or does DoorDash, I should say. I would imagine a lot of people do the leave it at the door thing because of the COVID and stuff like that. I don't know if that's changed or not, but from what I understand, there's a lot of that. Is that the way it runs pretty much? I mean, everywhere is probably different, I can't really say that, but.
Well, here, like I said, every single time I order DoorDash here, they pass my house and they turn around and they have to call me and figure out where I'm at, because it's a confusing road.
Right.
And that's what I took from the Linda Lane footage is, okay, if that's only BK, at what point in any of that video is it a DoorDash driver who just delivered the food who would go down there to turn around? So,
yeah.
Because if he planned all this and he's sophisticated and whatever, for him to just do K-turns in the middle of parking lots and shit to be on Ring cameras is kind of stupid. So that's why I personally think that that's just the DoorDash driver that's on Linda Lane turning around and, getting out of there. But I just want to know what he saw. I want to know if he saw like a car parked in that, behind the house or whatever, because we don't know anything about this DoorDash driver. We don't know if it's a girl, guy, right?
Well, I mean, we were told a whole bunch of different shit, but yeah, I don't know for a fact, and that's true. Front door. Okay, so yeah, I don't know. Real quick, got me stumped. Willie grew up and lives in the same area that Brian was from in Pennsylvania, and knows people that know Brian personally. So that's how he knows of him. He knows Brian's mom, things like that. His
mom worked for the district. But everybody knows Brian's mom. And that's why that's who 99% of people are, feel bad for right now, because most people just watch the news, dude. They didn't do digging like I do, or know where to go to find correct information or other information. So most of them, half of them kind of change, because I think more and more of it has come out that people are seeing that's they're changing their narrative on what they thought might have happened, that so. But at first, the media was pushing all this stuff where even I myself was like, hey, maybe he just. But then when the PCA came out, I can't pretend like that makes sense.
Yeah, that's where we all went nuts with that, because that's where everybody said, wait, this is not right. This is something wrong.
And I'm just thinking that, my mother, I'm assuming, would do the same if she cared about me at all, is to go through the PCA or to look deeper than the news and to see that, hey, maybe my son didn't do this, blah, blah, blah. So if she is feeling how we're, like, imagine she probably feels 30 times more than what we're feeling, as far as pissed off that this is all they have, blah, blah, blah. And she wants to see more, but she has to wait years and years while her son sits in a, I'm sure he's in segregation, and, be charged with this. So again, that's why I would never actually bring her anywhere. If I ever reach out to her, I would just ask, or just give my, sympathy.
She's
because even, it's not her fault.
She's going through enough of her own stuff, just like,
Yeah, I mean, it's not her fault. I know I knew her 99% better than his dad, but I know she, is a victim in all this, just like, his sisters.
I knew I didn't mean to put you out there, Salty, but I know that you do that. And if I did that and you didn't want it, my deepest apologies. But, she says I DoorDash every day. They all want contactless delivery. They have GPS. We know the houses we go to all the time, and friends were saying that Santa always ordered. So I did hear that too. So I'm going to guess that probably a main person that ran DoorDash in that area a lot, I would imagine. Okay, I'm going to say this, but I could be wrong. that are used to delivering in that area because of that right there. I would say, I could be completely wrong, folks, but that's my thought. And thank you for that, Salty. I appreciate that very much, so that people can understand that. But like I said, I was just curious. Are most people asking for contactless, or is it handed to me? You know what I mean? Me personally, I would want it handed to me because I don't. You miss things. Maybe you don't get the message right away, or this or that, and it sits out there, gets cold, blah blah blah. That's why I would want it. So
I also want to know: did she just order for herself? Did she order for her and Ethan, or did she ask
somebody else said that too?
Somebody else in the house?
Yeah, somebody else said that in chat too. Did she order for her? Did she? Because we were told. I don't know if it's fact, but we were told via her father supposedly that they were eating pizza is what the thing was at midnight. But kids, maybe one of them was hungry. Maybe Ethan got hungry, or maybe she ordered for somebody else in the house. Who knows? I don't know that for a fact. But, and maybe they used had Xana do it because she does down DoorDash so often. You know what I mean? Hey, Xana, can you order this for me real quick? Boom, 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 you're done. That's all. And that's very possible. I don't know.
No, but it would show that others, were up at that time,
right?
Waiting for the food or eating or whatever.
I'll be honest with you. My opinion has always been that the only person that was sleeping may have been Maddie. That's my opinion. I'm not saying that's a fact. That's just my opinion. I think she was probably the only one that was sleeping. I just feel like the rest of them were awake doing their own thing,
But to say it's not but to say it's not targeted, and for him to just go upstairs, he went upstairs first and never went, because it's harder to go up a flight of steps than down a flight of steps. So if he just went in here to cause mass damage, he made it harder for himself to escape a house he didn't know how many people were in that house, number one, with a knife. So it's not like, he could have been overpowered with another knife. For him to take that chance to go upstairs if there was no target.
That's why I took that comment that Steve made in the beginning when he said they didn't have to go upstairs. I took that as meaning that the target was not upstairs initially. That's what my thought was initially. Okay, that they didn't have to go upstairs. The target was right there. But and I've always thought that. But I'm not going to,
because he had to have known. You have to think he had to have known if he did this, he was behind each door because of how fast he did this.
Oh yeah,
correct.
I agree with that too, and that's what took everybody back to the point of stating that he was there 12 times before that, so he was watching. And I think it was Christy, and if I misquote this, I'm deeply sorry, but I think Christy made a statement where she said that she believed that he very well could have even gone in that house before. Okay. So you don't know.
What was he infatuated with then, Dago? What pleasure, if he was stalking one of the girls or whatever, what pleasure did he get from this? Because from what I was told, there's no SA. Like he didn't, if he was this incel guy and all whatever, blah blah blah, he didn't do none of that. This is just strictly quadruple homicide, point blank period. There was no SA, nothing.
Let me put this out there real quick. This is something that's a good point that you brought up and a good question. I thought about this again, conversations with my wife. She's got the 2 degrees in psychology. I'm asking her, what do you think about this, and that? Okay. First off, Kaylee, all the girls were just beautiful girls. Okay. Absolutely gorgeous. Any guy at that age would look at them and be like, oh my God, they're beautiful, period. Okay. And to see them in public, out at a restaurant, here, there, anywhere, it's going to attract any guy. If, for instance, he maybe tried to talk to them at some point and he was denied, that was where I was at, even from the beginning, if that was the case, and it made him feel some kind of way. Okay. Maybe he became obsessed with one of them in particular, just from looking at their pictures on Instagram or Facebook or whatever the hell that other one is. I can't think of. I hate all those apps, but
me too.
Snapchat's the other one I was thinking of. So, I listen, when I was a younger kid, 17 years old, 18 years old, I know that's younger than Brian was, but There's women that I've looked at, or girls that I looked at, that I was just over the road for. Like, oh my God, she's just beautiful. And you think about those girls.
Mhm.
We've all had crushes when you're younger that you can't not think about them. Well, in his mind, if there's something not right there, maybe it went too far in his mind. Okay, and maybe he went there, maybe wanting to do something more that he never got the chance to because these other two are here,
Mhm.
and things did not go as planned, and he got caught up. Okay, it is what it is. Maybe that was the plan. Maybe the plan was to perform an essay of some sort, and thank God, he didn't get the chance to because
No, I'm not saying. No, I'm just saying as far as a motive here that there's no.
That's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. Like motive wise, maybe that was the plan in the beginning. Maybe Brian saw these girls, became obsessed with one of them, possibly via their Instagram accounts or something, and went there for that point to do
So
something.
that means
like
he would. So that means. So okay. So that would make sense then. Why he went upstairs first. Just
Yes.
if it was Kaylee or Maddie.
Thank you.
That would take him knowing where Kaylee and Maddie's room is, which would also take him knowing where everybody's room is. So why would you let Dylan, if you walk past her door and she's home, and I mean she said she saw him, so I'm assuming he heard a door creak open or he saw something. Why would you just let her live and not, but go after Xana and Ethan across the way?
That's one of the big questions right there. Like, why did these two? Because all the girls in the house, in my opinion, were very pretty. Okay, so if it was a random scenario, he could have picked or chose one of them, but it seems like he directly went there for that reason, in my opinion. Hold on one second. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm just asking questions.
Well, the trouble I have with this theory is, like Jesse Lynn said, I mean, there's beautiful women all over the world. Dago, when you were younger and you're talking about, you have a crush, right? But it's a
He
crush
walked around
from
with
someone
chicks.
that's very proximate in your life. You look at the yearbook and you look at the girls in your school and you have a crush on those pictures back in those days, or Farrah Fawcett or some public character. But you don't have a crush from someone from the neighboring school. You have no idea in the other school districts. You have absolutely no idea about beautiful women in different countries all over the world. These days, if Brian Koberger has got beautiful people that he has a crush on, he's not limited to, the girls that lived at 1122. He could be following pretty girls from anywhere in the world because of social media. So, we know that there's no connection. That whole, supposed narrative that he was following them on Instagram, that has been disproven.
Yeah.
So what else is there to say about that? I think we heard from Steve Gonzalez.
Yeah, well, that's why the whole incel thing was pathetic, in my opinion. Because, back in high school, like I said, he walked around with a few girls and stuff. I remember. So it's not like he was this person that just kept to himself, had no friends, blah blah blah. Like he became very social in high school. From what I thought, he was dating a few chicks throughout high school, and that was that. But as soon as this happened, they're paying him out to be this incel cannibal, whatever.
I don't believe that at all. I've never believed he was an incel, only because of a lot of things that you said. You know what I mean? And he just doesn't come off that way to me. He seems a lot more confident than what an incel would be. That one statement from the interview with that guy, where he was talking about how he said that he could go to a bar and leave with any girl he wanted to. An incel doesn't talk that way, in my opinion. That's just me.
No, and that's why I want to also I'm going to talk to Skylar, because Skylar did track and field when I played baseball. So I worked out with Skylar a lot. He was the one that went jogging with Brian. So I want to know if they went jogging at 2, 3 in the morning, whatever time in the morning, for hours, jogging next to each other. You figure there's a lot of dialogue, right? So I want to.
Yeah.
What I want to know is what they spoke about. What what he would bring up. Blah blah blah. And so I'm gonna try to reach out to him too, because I mean we're friends on Facebook and stuff, and see if maybe he wants to come up and chat as well. Because I want to know what they spoke about when they went jogging.
That would be a great thing because that would tell you who Brian is. Did they talk about girls? Did they not talk about girls? Did they talk about science or sports or you know what I mean? That's a great thing.
Exactly. I know. I mean, but what that also showed me, and then them also saying that he was throwing away his trash at 3, whatever in the morning, is, in my opinion, in my mind, just kind of corroborates with his alibi of taking a drive at that time of night because he's been up at those time of nights. You know what I mean? He has a history of being up at those time of nights. If he went jogging at 1, 2 in the morning with Skylar, see what I'm saying?
Absolutely, yes, sir. Absolutely.
So it's not abnormal that he's taking a drive. It becomes more, normal for him to be taking a drive at 4:30 in the morning if he's awake jogging at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Back when he would jog with Skylar, now he's older and in college and stuff, so maybe just can't sleep. That's what I took from them coming out with that information rather than anything else. That he threw in the trash or whatever, because that was 6 weeks after the fact. I mean, what do you still have after 6 weeks?
I agree. That's a great question.
Before I hopped out, I just have one more question about DoorDash. Are we under the impression that DoorDash gets ordered and then is delivered right away? Because I have learned that you can place an order. For example, like we all could right now as we sit here, we could place an order right now and then have it delivered for us or have it ready for us. Like if you go to your favorite gas station, I think they're called convenience stores instead of gas stations. But you could go have like a pizza ready for you when you pick it up tomorrow morning at the convenience store, Quick Trip or what have you, Holiday. If you have that app on your phone, you can order it right now. So I think the order time is what you would consider the time that it's ready for, like the time that you want it to you. So in other words, this DoorDash of Xana's could have been ordered hours ahead of time, and they specified that it's not to be delivered until a certain time.
Right. Or I know for a fact I've used DoorDash twice. And it was where I live, it's a pain in the ass because there's not many people that will drive out here. And it's hard to find DoorDashers sometimes. So it could have been ordered at 2 a.m., 1:30. And they didn't find a dasher until that time. I've seen that happen. I'm not saying that's what happened, but it could have been something like that too, bud. I can agree with that. Or it could have been a premeditated order, like you said.
Now, do you think because of all the drunk kids and that at that time and stuff that these dashers would get some kind of like a dash camera or something that you think that the DoorDash driver might have had that would show what was happening at that time?
I mean, it's possible. Anything's possible in that scenario. I've never thought of that, but yeah, it could be.
I don't know, because I just see like most like Uber and all those kind of drivers.
I think if there was any kind of a camera that recorded anything from the DoorDasher, that would have been probably either put in the PCA or something they'd be using, like really using. But you don't know. A lot of drivers had dash cams for there's a pizza guy that I know out here that uses it because he's been in accidents before, and it's to prove what happened in the accident. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just
4 a.m. is a very odd time to have something pre-ordered, in my opinion. Not many businesses deliver it for, and that's true too. I don't know, what goes on out there as far as their time goes. And I was just saying, it's not a mandatory thing, Salty, but some people do use dash cams for different things. I'm not saying, or not. She's not DoorDash, but I know it.
No, I was just saying, like being in a college town like that, and kids doing stupid shit at 3, 4 o'clock, or vandalize your car because their poo was cold or whatever. You know what I mean? I'd have something just in case my car gets
Well,
stolen.
I think there would.
or-
I think DoorDash would be in a college town like that. A different, it would be zip code by zip code. In other words, like here in a suburb of the Twin Cities, it's unlikely that a DoorDasher is going to feel safe or have like a dependable business during those hours. You can just depend on not doing DoorDash during those hours. But at a college town when school is in session, I'm sure it's more of a thing at that zip code. So
Yeah.
in other words, it's not unusual, but it's zip code by zip code, right? Or season to season too within that zip code. So I think that it could have been ordered well ahead of time as a deception ruse to throw off the timeline. I mean, it doesn't take a genius. That's not a deep type of thought I think a fool could come up with. If you and I can think of it, then anyone can think of it. So
True.
I'm
DoorDash
not attributing this DoorDash to be something that Xana did necessarily, unless it's proven that she did.
I will say this. I do know that here, DoorDash does run 24/7. And if you go like different restaurants around here, for instance, like Taco Bell, we have one that's close to me, but they close at, I think it's 2 a.m. But there's also one that's another town over that closes at 4 a.m. So if somebody wants that, I believe, I don't know exactly how DoorDash works, but if you put that order in through that for that
Probably takes a
restaurant,
little while.
go to the one that they can find that's open and get the food from there. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Plus, if you're in line and he has, who knows how many places he had ahead of, their place.
Right.
Well,
right.
I think the Jack in the Box being the DoorDash is a narrative that we've put together. We see that photograph of the Jack in the Box bag, and then we automatically attribute that to be the to be the DoorDash. But there's got to be other places. A DoorDash is just not for fast food restaurants.
Hold on. Where did this whole DoorDash narrative come and play in the first place, other than a photo? I thought something was mentioned in the PCA.
It was something that they found in her phone, from what I understand.
It's just in the PCA. It speaks of DoorDash, but we, as the true crime community, have suddenly always pretty much attributed the Jack in the Box to be the DoorDash
because of the bad that they showed on camera.
Plus, if you look up what restaurants are open at that time, there's really only 2 of them. So it's
but again, can we also include convenience stores? Is what I'm driving at here. It doesn't have to be from a fast food restaurant.
Yeah, sure. I believe, because I know that the DoorDash app that I have, I think they're all the same anyway, but you can order from Dollar General if you want something from there. They'll bring it to you, as long as that store is available. So I do believe. But see, honest to God, go ahead.
They could have wanted to order like an energy drink, like a Monster energy drink plus a bacon jalapeno double cheeseburger at the convenience store and have that stored.
Exactly. That makes sense. That does make sense. I just and I'm not downing anything anybody said. For some reason, I don't put a lot of stock into the DoorDash thing. I don't think it really has much to do with this. Honestly.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, I don't. Yeah, I mean, I think it matters if they were there at 4 o'clock. I think it matters what they witnessed.
That's what my question was, because of the time, the 4 a.m. thing. Did they see something? Did they hear something? Did they see Xana? Did they encounter somebody at the door? Was it somebody other than Xana? Did Xana yell down for somebody to go get her order from the door? Yes, thank you, Brandy.
Hey Bethany, can you bring my order up?
What they witnessed, I agree with that. That's what would intrigue me, if they witness anything while delivering it, or what's as or more important to me is when was it ordered?
Yeah, I get that.
But with that, I'm going to hop out. Thank you.
Sir. Oh, no.
Man.
It's always fun to have you up here, but I appreciate you very much. But yeah, no, that's a good point. It is.
Yeah.
I
don't think what she ordered and all that kind of stuff really matters.
Nothing.
But
Just the time itself is what the 4 a.m. thing is what caught my attention with that.
well,
And
yeah, I
what,
mean, but also what you're doing in reality is you're putting another person at the scene
yes,
around your timeline of when the murders occurred.
yes. That's why it became an important thing, I believe, because of that time. So,
Well, yeah, I mean, I know it doesn't matter, but it matters to Anne because Anne can use that as, hey, that's if I was a defense attorney, I would use that as somebody else at the scene,
right,
because if you're,
absolutely.
if there was no dash cam, no nothing showing what happened, you know, we're gonna take the DoorDash driver's word for it. Okay, great, but I don't know,
You're right.
I'm just saying it's somebody else at the scene, and then the next day or the same day you have a roommate that calls somebody else to the scene. So you have multiple people at the scene aside from these three sources of DNA that we don't even
Yeah,
know where they are.
right. That's it. And that's what I was thinking too. Um, it with the DoorDash, I didn't care about anything else. Did that person see the white Elantra? Did that person see Brian driving the white Elantra? Did that person see another car or somebody else at that specific time in that area? That's what I was worried about with it.
Exactly. Like, did they look down, the road where they're saying Brian Park? Because Brian, you figure if he's at that time, he's, circling trying to figure out where the best, who's awake or
Yeah. Yeah.
but then you got to think, why would he go in? Number one, on the busiest night of the campus, but number two, after he sees, that somebody go to the door and meet somebody at the door, lights turn on, whatever happened, and then think that that's the perfect time to go in and overpower however many people you thought were in the house with a knife.
Right. Right.
Rather than, on a Sunday night when you know that everybody has tests the next morning or whatever.
And that was another big deal for a lot of people. Brought that up, Willie, back in the day. In the beginning, like there were 4 or 5 cars in that parking lot, including one that was never there on a regular basis. If this was premeditated, that's something that would maybe throw off the killer. You know what I'm saying? And I agreed with that. But it still happened. So that was where another kind of a moment where everybody was kind of locked down about that. I say that for sure. That's right. That's what I was just saying. Word for word, Jules. That's exactly what I just said too.
Yeah, he didn't notice that hers, right?
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if whoever this was, if this was Brian and he was there 12 times stalking the house, so on and so forth, or anybody else was stalking the house, playing this premeditated wise in a sense, you'd see, who these cars are. You see these cars regularly. Maybe you've seen people get in and out of these cars at that same time, but that one is new. That wasn't there before. Who's that belong to? Who's in that house? And that's what always.
How many people? Yeah, how many people did that car? That's a big. How many people did that car bring?
Exactly. And that's what made that kind of from the beginning threw me off. Is that how do you know there's not 15 people in that house right now, and you're going to go in and do that?
That's the first thing I said. But and not just that. If we're going to go with the timeline, he ran right in, dude. He ran in and ran out. It wasn't no take your time, do this, because then you really can't make the timeline make sense.
Yeah, maybe that explains because I think it was Salty that threw it in here, but we've all talked about this before. He came into the neighborhood at 3:24, I think it was. Okay. And was in that neighborhood from 3:24 till around 401, 402 in that realm right there before anything went down. So that's, a little over 35, 40 minutes that he was roughly, I'll just say roughly, that he was in that neighborhood doing what he was doing. Was he debating on what he was going to do? Was he looking at these cars, getting nervous? Was he trying to figure out what to do? I mean, that's something else that was like a big piece of this to me.
Well, that's what I mean. And that's why I can't go along with, after it came out that there was nothing in his car, the whole bin bag or all this crazy theory that he did this and that. I could if you gave him an hour. I can't when you give him, in reality, you give him 5 minutes. to clean and not transfer. And dude, it doesn't make sense, man.
I know
But,
it doesn't. And
but hey, listen, dude, if he did this, it did not happen at the times that they're saying. Whatever. Like, I think if they could go back and change your timeline, they would. But you can't now because I just I don't know. I don't know if that I don't know. Is that a big deal in cases? As far like, is the timeline a huge deal? Because dude, if I was on a jury, I
it would
couldn't.
have to be. Yeah, because that tells you for sure when this happened, and if it doesn't match up with other aspects, then there's a problem. You know what I mean? So yeah, the timeline is going to have to be a big deal.
Mhm.
I feel, unless it's just cut and dry, and it took a 4 o'clock to 4:15, bing bang boom, it's done and out. Then it would be cut and dry. You know what I'm saying? But oh wait a minute, went too fast. If he was a stalker, then why wouldn't he park behind the house and sit and wait till the lights went out rather than drive around in circles? This is a good point, Bye. Very
That's
good.
what I'm saying. That's what I say. Making K turns and all that kind of shit. And if he's been there before, you figure he'd have to like turn around in that cul-de-sac, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
So they would have him on camera 11, 12 other times turning around there or being around that area, right?
Yeah. I would think so too.
So if he knew where to go, why the hell is he making K turns? Now I understand that Xana ordered DoorDash a lot, but I'm sure she ordered from multiple locations and there's multiple drivers, and I'm sure kids quit and all that kind of stuff. So that's why, to me, from when I order DoorDash or Grubhub or any of this stuff, watching them pass my house and how they turn around is kind of equivalent to what we're seeing on Linda Lane, rather than saying that's Brian turning. I don't think that he would be stupid enough to do that on the night of having this plan for months and months and months,
Mhm.
But then again, like she just said, why the hell is he running in when lights are on and somebody's eating in the home without knowing how many people are actually in the home if he actually doesn't recognize that car? So
That's a great question. That's something that I've questioned for a long time. I get it. Seriously, do, because you're taking a big chance right there. Huge chance. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know unless you know.
well, yeah, I mean, if they knew, listen, if they knew that was his car, he would have been arrested way back when. That's why I said I don't think they have any kind of strong video evidence, because they would have already had his ass,
presented that, yeah.
and not had
And
to
that's how I
trail him.
felt, too.
You
That's
know, and
exactly how I felt about that.
I don't know, man. It's tough to think that they have a strong, when you really think about 12 people in a room deliberating about this. It's like I feel like their heads are going to spin.
Yeah.
If even if they have a little bit more, fine. Just what we're talking about in itself, if any of this matters, they're going to have a tough time. Just regardless of if they have a little bit more, a little bit less, whatever. I feel bad for those 12 people. I'll tell you that, though.
Agree. Yes. Oh yeah, absolutely.
But now if they go after premeditation, which is what they're going after premeditation. Is that correct?
I've never seen that. I may be wrong. Does anybody know if that was put in there, if it was premeditated? I don't think so.
If it's a murder one, there has to be some kind of premeditation, no?
I think you're right, but I don't. Or is it capital? No. I'm gonna have to go look that up. That's a good question, dude. I never didn't think of that.
Well, no, I just don't. I mean, but I just don't know what he's charged. I mean, I could go look real quick. I just don't know what he's charged with.
It's quadruple homicide, and also the burglary. Hold on a second.
Yeah, so they got him for burglary and 4 counts. I just don't know if it's murder. I don't know. I don't know how they do all that jazz. Because if you're saying he was in the area, that's kind of showing multiple times beforehand. That's showing some kind of premeditation on their end. But I don't know. It's hard to I guess show premeditation with no kind of.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I get that. Absolutely. For sure. For sure. Okay. Doodle says usually first degree murder involves premeditation. Okay. Was that actually listed on the charges that it was first degree? Does anybody know that? Because I don't ever remember seeing that. I just saw the quadruple homicide with the burglary on there, so I don't know.
Yeah, I
I
don't
have to
know.
go look at that.
Now, do they always put burglary even if nothing is like,
Not
you know?
always. Not always. I
I
know
thought
that.
there was no like forced entry or anything.
See, I heard a long time ago because I had asked about that, like why was the burglary put in there, and one person or two people told me it was a fallback charge, which I don't think that's what it is, because he entered the home, okay,
Mhm.
uh, and it had something to do with entering a home and taking a life at the same time is why they put those together.
Gotcha. That makes
So
sense. I think I've seen it in maybe one or two other cases where they just kind of throw it in there.
okay, here, yeah,
Um,
somebody just said right there, burglary is used if entering a house to take a life. Yeah, there you go. That's what I heard before.
Gotcha.
They did not put anything on there with capital murder though, did they, Sherry? Because I think we saw that if that was the case. I think.
This is gonna be a long trial, man. I want to know when. We don't know when it starts, right? Yeah.
No,
When,
nope, not at this point. Like I
mm.
said, we've taken guesses on it, so on and so forth, but
when do they usually like set all that kind of shit?
it hasn't even
Soon.
been brought up yet at this point. It's just
Uh, I'm
first.
hoping
Oh,
she. I'm
here it
hoping
is.
she does some kind of change of venue because I think if they have it in that area, he's toast no matter what.
Yeah, here it is right here. She said first degree murder, 4 counts. So there you go. I didn't see that, but thank you, Salty, very much. Um,
Gotcha.
interesting. Very interesting. But let me get to this because we're coming to where we need to be shutting down here soon, but not yet. The rest of this part here, where did I leave off? Yeah, I'm reading this. Okay, stated she originally went to sleep in her bedroom on the southeast side of the second floor, awoken at 4 a.m. Blah blah blah. Heard what she thought. Okay, I got past that. Likely awake. Okay, so down here, I think. DM stated she looked out of her bedroom window, did not see anything. When she heard the comment about someone being in the house, DM stated she opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Kernoodle's room. DM then said she heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." So we don't know if it was exactly that, but it was to the effect of, which says that it's along that lines. Okay. At approximately 4:17, a security camera located at 1112 King Road, a residence immediately to the northwest of 1122, picked up distorted audio of what sounded like voices or a whimper, followed by a loud thud. A dog can also be heard barking numerous times starting at 4:17. The security camera is less than 50 feet from the west wall of Kernoodle's bedroom. So I'm going to say that at 4:17, whoever that was in the act of assaulting Xana and Ethan at 4:17. Otherwise, that's where that comes into
Well,
effect. Okay, so from 4:01 or whatever time he entered the home, he must have went directly upstairs. Okay, and attacked the two girls upstairs. From that period of time to around 4:16, 4:17 is when he came back to where Xana and Ethan are and handled that situation there. And then however long that took, they're saying he was out of that house by what time now?
I don't want to say because
20.
it's maybe that makes. No, he wasn't. He wasn't even. No, he was on. Well, I believe Walenta at 4:20.
So 17, 18, 19. So with
3 minutes, my friend. That's why I said either he's Houdini or he's not. Like
that's where there's confusion, right? So let me keep going real quick. Um, okay, the camera DM stated she opened her door for the third time after she heard the crying, and saw a figure clad in black clothing and a mask that covered the person's mouth. Okay, so see, that's the mask that covered the person's mouth and nose. So whatever the mask is, that's why I took it as a COVID mask. So my apologies. Walking towards her, DM describes the figure as 5'10" or taller. So it could have been a taller person than 5'10". Not, people take that 5'10".
But it also, but it also could be a COVID mask. We don't know.
Right. Or taller, male. Now, see, that was the thing I always had issues with too, is how can you tell it's a male? You know what I mean? But anyway, moving on.
Oh, yeah.
Not very muscular, but athletically built with bushy eyebrows. The male walked past DM as she stood in a frozen shock phase. The male walked towards the back sliding glass door. DM locked herself in her room after seeing the male. DM did not say that she recognized the male. Welcome, Nelly.
Hello.
Hey, Nelly.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
So, and that's another thing I have a question about. Thank you for saying that, Jules. I've asked this before. I think I asked it when I was talking with Daniel.
Exactly.
Why was there no sketch put out?
That's why I said it better not be a COVID mask, because I could pick him out of a crowd of 1,000 people with a COVID mask on.
Those were two things that I did question, was that mask, and how do you know in the dark if the person could be dressed in big baggy clothes, whatever, that it's male or female. That's all I was saying.
Well, that's why I'm kind of leaning towards your theory of a COVID mask, because then she would see this shape and no long hair.
Very possible, but that doesn't even mean anything, because listen, and I'm not trying to be weird, and I'm not
I know where you're going. Yeah,
I'm not trying to say that this is something that is true to fact or nothing, because it's not. But I did a side-by-side comparison when we were all talking at one point about Emma Bailey, and if you cover her face, they look like twins, brother-sister twins. You can't tell in the dark, depending on the clothing. I'm not saying she did this, guys. I'm just saying, how do you differentiate that in the dark like that? That's all. That's something that bothered me back in the day. That's one of the reasons why I was just like, how do you know it was a male? How do you know it was him? Anybody 5'10" or taller? I mean, maybe that's where the male came into effect, because typically women aren't that tall, but I've seen tall girls. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, that was an issue I had. I'll just say it that way. So that's another point. So what do you have to say, Miss Nelly?
Oh, loads. I know you want to go, Dago. I just thought I'd pop up.
Don't worry about it. You do what you got to do, dear.
I don't know about you, but this must be on all of our minds throughout the day. And last night I was sort of chilling out on my sofa and I had the lights off, but I had the kitchen light off. And I thought, this is really, really dim lighting. It would be sort of the same as if there were fairy lights on or something. And I thought, imagine somebody walking towards you now with a COVID type mask on. And I thought I'd see their eyes. I wouldn't just see the eyebrows. I would see, of course, I can't completely compare my lighting, but it was really dim.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't think that bushy eyebrows stands up as as an identification, full stop. I think it's ludicrous.
Sure.
And secondly, 5'10", Dylan's tall. I'm 5'8". He's a tall guy. He's got to be 6'2".
He's like 6'2".
I think he's 6'2". Yeah, that was his height.
And you look at pictures of him, his feet are massive. He's big. He's imposing, not in a big, bulky way. But I would never look at Ryan Koberger and think around 5'10". My ex-husband's 5'9.5" to 10, and actually, compared to a lot of other guys, he looks short.
Sure.
it doesn't gel.
Right.
No, well,
I
you would
got
think she would say he's 6 feet or taller for how tall he, is.
Yeah.
That's why I thought that the statement per interview was probably generic, and they just picked
Mhm.
that height because it's an average height for a male, and
Yeah.
went forward with that. That's why I think that was generic in that sense. I always did.
Well,
Five,
That's wild, dude.
well, I've said it before, but there's that generic statement in the Delphi PCA as well. One of
Oh,
the
yeah.
witnesses says dressed in black about 5'10", and I thought, is this what law enforcement do? Do they just shove that in there because it might cover anything?
Right.
Mhm.
Right. Absolutely. And that's
That's
a
what I
whole.
said. We didn't hear about none of this stuff, when this first happened, and that's why I think this is, this came out way after from another story. Either I just think the pressure was on Dylan. In my opinion, I think the pressure was on Dylan from law enforcement that were like, "Hey, listen, you kind of wait, you waited 8 hours. There's no blood trail. Like, what happened? You got to tell us something." And this is what we have, in my opinion.
Someone in chat has said what I often think. Why does there's certain words I think that play on our minds, and one is Dylan originally went to sleep, or in her bedroom on the second floor. It's along those lines, but she originally. Why originally? What does that means at first? So what, did she actually go downstairs then to Bethany? Because that would make sense that if law enforcement discovered they were both in the same room on the first floor, that's maybe how a confusion came about, that, well, we were both on the first floor.
Or
Mhm.
maybe she wasn't in her usual room, and that's why she said that. Correct.
And
Is that what you're
also,
saying?
when that part of their text conversation, did she say, "Hey, I just saw this guy all in black with bushy eyebrows walk past my door. Do you know who that was?" Was that conversation had by those two? I always wondered that after I heard that there was a text communication. Just
Well, that's
wondered.
me. Once, because if you read that, if you, I don't know where you're at now, but it says that it was believed that the killer left the scene, which means that she felt threatened. So once she saw him leave or walk towards the slider door to leave, whatever, and she shut her door, and you're panicking at that moment, what, like you said, what's the first thing she did? Did she, she called Bethany, she called whoever, and then from there on out, I want to know. Like, I kind of want to know what happened the whole 8 hours if I could, but I just want to know if they communicated in the house.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. And I always thought, her bedroom window at the back is at the back. So if he was walking towards the slide, so these are what was going through these things were going through my mind in the chat now, was, first of all, is it a burglary if there's no sign of forced entry? So that's a big puzzle to me. We all assume the slider was left open. Doesn't mean someone just walked in. Secondly, Dylan is right by the closest to the slider. Her window is facing out the back. So you would hear, if she saw him walking towards her room and towards the slider, she would have heard him walking away from the property. If that car sped off, she would have heard that car speeding off. She'd have heard a car door shut, starting up, because it was right, really, by her window if it was behind the house.
If it was in that back parking lot, right.
It was in the back parking lot.
I agree with that. I can agree with that, yeah.
She also would have heard the steps, because aren't the steps right kind of connected to her bedroom?
Wasn't it stated somewhere that she did see something from her back window after the fact, or am I wrong about that? I may have overlooked two different things.
But I did look up, Dago, after your live the other night. It's like, what is this exculpatory evidence that Bethany made?
Yeah.
There was actually a Daily Mail article back then that says, obviously it's exclusive to her alone, and it says that she saw something. And it's a Daily Mail article, but they state that as fact. So it was like the exculpatory evidence.
Yeah.
Bethany saw something that was, and it says that she saw something that's exclusive to her. So did she see someone out front?
Yeah, because that's where her window is, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that would make sense. That would make sense why they wouldn't want that kind of brought up during a preliminary.
That's what it was right there. Bethany was the one that saw something out of her window, per the frat guys talking to Watts the session. Thank you, Jules. I knew there's so much, guys. I had to reconnect myself with that, but thank you.
I know, Jules, it's What's the Obsession? Excuse me, but it was a Daily Mail article, and someone else quoted that she saw something.
Right. Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
it's I just don't. I don't know. I just don't. Does anyone else remember this? Right near the beginning, we had that statement that Dylan thought it was party noises and thought nothing of it. But before that, I definitely read a report or saw something. It wasn't Reddit. It was something more substantial, I suppose is the best way of putting it. That Dylan and Bethany, when they were supposed to be on the first floor together, they heard hushed male voices and sounds like furniture being dragged around.
Right.
Does anyone else remember that? Because I know that I heard or saw that.
I heard that somewhere. I don't want to say where because I can't remember. Because
I can't find it now. I cannot find it anywhere, and I know I read it.
I can't not remember.
That's the problem. There's been so many.
That's the other thing too, is there's so much hearsay and word of mouth and different rumors and stuff, so it's hard to differentiate sometimes. But yeah, I did hear that somewhere. I remember that.
And that's what I mean. So if they have this, if hypothetically, like you're saying, if they do, they have this, evidence that's going to, seal the deal, then they should not open their mouth about any public doubt because they're doing it.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Can
anybody hear me?
Thank you for joining us. What's up?
You guys can hear me?
Yes.
I don't mean to interrupt.
No, it's okay.
Now, for Dylan not to do anything, okay, hear me out.
Okay.
There was, I guess, somebody pointing out that the electric could have been cut off, that within that area, that the lights were out for that house.
I never heard that. The only thing I heard was, and this was a long time ago, I think it was that the Wi-Fi was out for a period of time because they were doing some kind of work.
All right, yeah. Well, there is evidence that that light went out, so I'll find it and I'll put it on my channel because I actually thought I've already had it there, but so here's the thing: if her phone happened to end up dying, and if the lights were cut off, let's say that happened, that maybe she was too scared to come out of there until morning because she didn't know what was going on out there and is too afraid to go and fix the electric. Locked herself in a room, her phone could have died, there's no power.
But they're saying based on her phone data.
Yeah, because we wouldn't know that, of course, until, you're right, until we see the phone data if it went off at a certain time.
Well, no, I'm saying they like if their PCA is kind of based on her phone data.
Yeah.
So for her phone to be off, they wouldn't have this timeline.
But what happened after the timeline? All the lights could have went out after the timeline, so they can escape.
Yeah, but it's not a cord. It's not like a corded phone. It's a cordless. So if both of their phones die, that's crazy.
Don't forget the white Christmas lights that lit up the back patio the whole time. So those and the upper deck, I think those were on the whole time. So if the power would have went out, I think those would have been gone.
All right, and here's another one. What if she knew who they were and she was just too afraid to do anything? I mean, if it was me and I seen that I knew exactly who they are, I'm not moving.
I believe that 100%.
I do too, Willie.
It's possible.
That's what I said. I don't think that Dylan Morganson is able to overpower somebody at 6'3" or 6'4", whatever Ethan was. But I think that they just know the person involved.
Of the way we're looking at it too is, if all four of them couldn't overpower it cannot be one person.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, here's the thing though. I have to say this because if she knew who that was,
Mhm.
we'd have known that already. We'd have known that.
No, not really. Because remember, they're still putting everything together.
Yeah, there's like a code of silence and stuff.
And they don't have to give us everything in that PCA. Of course, Jules says that constantly.
Yeah,
well, that's why I said it's hard to clean up a crime scene in in this case 1 minute.
If that was the case, she'd be the one that is holding the exculpatory evidence, not Bethany.
Yeah, but what if they didn't know about what she knows?
Yeah.
You really think she could sit on that through all this and not say?
I mean, I don't know.
Well, she had a really good alibi. She's in the basement. I mean, unless we can prove that the Echo would end up down there as well.
Love is a hell of a thing, man. Make it do crazy stuff.
I don't know.
That's why I said it's so hard to like.
I respect that, but I can't agree with it. That's just my opinion, though. So.
Well, we have experienced some weird stuff on, just on social media alone of psychopathic humans, people. So whether woman or man, it very well could have been somebody that was a little bit off, like certain individuals we have encountered so far. Anger and jealousy.
I think this is an anger, jealousy crime, definitely. And I find it really, isn't it fascinating? There's no cameras outside or inside Sigma Chi.
Mm-hmm. The other thing too is they're noting that every room had its own lock or a combination lock.
I don't think they all had combination locks.
I don't know. I don't think they were all you're talking about the digital.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think they did. No, I think it was one or two specific, but I don't think every room had those. And I will say this: I will say that there had to have been rage. Okay, that's one thing I will say. There was some form of rage with this because there was a lot of damage done. Okay, the anger absolutely brings the rage, in my opinion, for that scenario that maybe came along during the commission of the crime, but that's my opinion on that as well. Not everybody has to believe that. That's just my thought on that one. I will agree with that part.
Yeah, same here.
Anything's possible with this. I mean, literally anything that somebody thinks happened can be possible because we have no idea.
That's the biggest thing right there is we don't know. We don't have any clue as to anything more than what they've given us. You know what I mean? And it's all right here.
Yeah.
Where we,
going back to Dylan, don't you find it, again, I keep repeating myself because the same things bug me. But when you've got a PCA that says, that basically we've got Bethany, who was originally home by 1, but then by the PCA, she saw Zana and Ethan at Sigma till 1:45. She also knows they were home by 2. So that means that Bethany either went home with them or they all kind of left together, or it's a 2-minute walk, isn't it? But she knew they were home by 2. She'd seen them at Sigma Chi till 1:45. So Bethany was on it. She knew where they were by the time the PCA came out. Then we've got that all were in their rooms by 4 a.m. However, Dylan, and this is Dylan's statement as well.
What the hell she know?
But she was awake at 4 or woken up around 4 o'clock with sounds of Kaylee playing with Murphy, so she thought. But according to the PCA, the car was still driving round at that point.
Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
How does this work? It doesn't work. If that was a perpetrator that wasn't, I mean, was Kaylee playing with the dog?
And that's why I said about the dog being in the room. Like, I understand if something happened in the other room, but if they were just upstairs playing with the dog and then he ran up there, you figure that dog is not going to wind up in a room by itself then.
No, exactly.
So here's the thing about that vehicle. I feel that the perpetrators were already in the house, that vehicle isn't Brian, isn't who we think it is, because I believe Jack Azard, I don't know which Jack, lives in the house over there by the I believe Queen and I don't know what road, and he owns a white Elantra as well, that he very well could have missed his turn and was just trying to turn around and go home, and everybody's assuming that's the Elantra because it matches up with Brian Koberger, but the perpetrator had to be already in the house.
I think so.
Well, it would make sense because there's no, I don't know. Again, it's very hard to put it together with how fast it happened without this being so messy that it's literally, all over the yard, all over the patio, all over the house, everywhere because of how quick he had to be in and out and hitting that camera to where somebody had an hour, 2 hours, 8 hours to clean up some stuff and, make it look like, and then nothing be tracked anywhere. That would make more sense than somebody being able to clean up everything in a minute and a half. Because that's what we have to restrict it now. If they're saying that something is going on at 4:17, he's on Malenta at 4:20. That's 3 minutes for one person to get out of a home and clean up everything. 3 minutes.
Yeah,
That's
correct.
Physically impossible for one person to do that, in my opinion. But
yeah.
I don't know. That's crazy.
Yeah, I agree.
If Dylan was asleep and was woken up around 4, how did she know everyone was in their rooms by 4? Because she was asleep.
That's what I was going to ask you. Was how does everybody know who was in their rooms at what time?
According to Dylan and Bethany.
Nobody drank that night. Everybody was coherent enough to know who was in their rooms at what certain times.
Even Dylan, who was asleep.
How'd you know that then? If she was asleep?
Exactly. That's what I mean. The thing is,
and how would Bethany know on the first floor? If she's on the first floor, how would she know what's going on the third floor?
Exactly.
Right. These are the little things that have caught people off guard with this whole thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
For sure.
But these are the questions that the jury are going to deliberate about if this is what they have to go by timeline.
I understand. Absolutely.
I'm assuming. I don't know.
Yeah, I truly feel that the timeline is way too short. It's just not long enough, especially for the type of battle or interaction that would happen in Maddie's room. I'm not saying it right, so I apologize. Speech impediment.
It's okay. It's okay.
But because there had to be a serious tussle, and for Kaylee to get the worst of it, that perpetrator had to be on top of both bodies and trying to hold up their weight at the same time.
Yeah. What picked up the parts in a way?
I think this is why I think that Maddie was in bed sleeping possibly, and Kaylee may have come into the room and interfered. Which is why when we watched the one interview with the Gonsalves, they had stated that Kaylee was trapped between the wall and Maddie. And I feel that she fell back into that position after the fact, maybe after fighting with.
I feel she was thrown on the bed. There's no doubt in my mind that she would have came out of the bedroom, because her dog's barking, and because she would leave the dog in the room. She would be the one to shut the door on the dog, because that's what I would do if my dog's freaking out. I don't want my dog to bite somebody by accident, so I'm gonna keep the dog in my room. I'm gonna shut the door behind me. I'm gonna go and investigate what's going on, and then obviously she would be the one that would freeze in shock, because it's not easy to react if you're seeing something like that, and then get grabbed and thrown on the bed. And then all that.
I agree. Sorry, I was just going to say, this is my theory too, 100%. Because
that's a good point, Sleuthy. Go ahead, kid. No, Nelly, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I agree 100%. Because to me, everyone's like, why was Murphy? I do believe a cold-blooded killer would not think twice about killing the dog if it was a pain in the ass.
Oh yes. 100%.
I truly think that Dago's right. I think Maddie was probably asleep and someone went in to unalive her, and Kaylee heard someone coming up the stairs and God knows what, went in and got thrown on top of her, killed and thrown on top of her.
Right, or like,
so that goes against, but that
what
goes
Sleepy
against
just said
what she
about
heard.
Maddie
Though.
was already maybe, well, maybe, but like Sleuthy just said though, unless Maddie was already being attacked or had been attacked when Kaylee went in there and her, you know, flipped out.
Yeah, but what
because-
time? What time was she awakened? Did the PCA say?
4. Dylan was
So,
woken at
so that's what I mean. So how the hell is that going on in the house if Brian Koberg is not even there yet?
Exactly.
Yeah, and you have that driving situation. That's what makes me feel that wasn't his vehicle to begin with. It's someone else's vehicle. It
I
just
agree.
happens to, yeah.
Well, they just messed up then. That's why I said if they could take back this whole timeline and do it all over again, they would do it in a heartbeat.
Oh, but I think
Absolutely.
that's what they're doing. That's what they're at their house, redoing all that bull crap because they are being forced, even though we don't know this, we're not supposed to know this. They are being forced to reevaluate what they did. They have no choice.
Well, can I ask you this? Because the one thing I don't believe is they were there to do anything with the 3D stuff because that was already done.
Yeah.
And I saw that in an article. I believe December 4th it was already done. But what I don't understand is why the prosecution is worried about getting any kind of audio in a residence that, number one, is going to be different because there's no furniture there to muffle any kind of noise. So obviously the noise is going to be different. But two, why are you even worried about how sound is traveling if you're the prosecution? Are you
because none of that's true. None of that's true. There's surveillance, got wires and stuff that are in the air vents. They were being watched anyway by these, peeping toms. It's the same thing that's going on in the regular females frat house, where all of a sudden a man pops up, but they don't know where this man came from when the man disappears, and then they don't even see where this man goes. It's a constant thing.
Where did you
Hello?
get that information out about?
All you gotta do is go to the Moscow reports. Bubbly Waters finds all those reports.
About wiring being in the ventilation system and cameras.
Yep.
I've never seen that. That's
I have photo of it. So I have a video of it that I had retrieved over the summer. I'm just not trying to talk up my channel on your channel. So
that's okay. That's okay.
This is it's the whole sorry.
Real quick though, I do agree with this too, that I think she walked into whatever was going on with Maddie, landed there in a struggle, and that she was in that position when the final blow. I wholeheartedly believe that. Yes.
Yeah, me too. But it would not have been quiet.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Nelly?
Yeah, go ahead, Billy. No, I was just going to say it wouldn't have been quiet. There's no way that would have been quiet. Can you imagine being Kaylee?
No way.
Into a room where your best mate is being unalived.
You're screaming immediately.
Of course you would. And she had defensive wounds. We know that. Zana had defensive wounds. Let me tell you this. We know that Zana's, well, I thought I knew for sure, but actually now I'm thinking who verified that? I'm not sure. But didn't Zana have wounds that were really defensive to the point her fingers were nearly severed? Sorry.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we stated before. Yeah, I agree. I heard that.
You don't stay quiet when that is happening to your fingers.
I would imagine not. No, I agree with you on that for sure. Thank you, Sleuthy, for that. She said because reasonable doubt, they should know it's going to come up. And how didn't you hear the crimes happening? And they try to show how she didn't hear, but I don't think that will work for him. And I agree with that too. I do.
Oh, what I was going to say is with this new electric theory, whatever, I'm sure if you watch, and I don't know, but they might have some kind of Is there any kind of like lampposts or anything around the Linda Lane footage where you could see if the electric went out at that time around surrounding homes?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
find it, but yes, I've seen it on TikTok and a few other places. It's just I never thought
But
to.
I'm sure that'll show you if that's true or not.
If the electric would have went out that night, that would have probably been one of the main things thrown in the PCA, because if Bethany and Dylan were in that house, as it states in the PCA that they were, they would have said the electricity went out at this specific times around the same time happening. Known about that.
And people had
Yeah.
photographed the electrical pole showing that the electric was cut off right there, and the electric from to the house that connects to the house was just hanging. I don't know if you guys seen that. That was surfacing for months. People
I
are
never saw
circling it. It says it's a pole on not directly next to the house. It's off to the side on the. If you're facing the house, it's off to the right. See, yeah, these are all the things I got to retrieve now because I remember all this.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know or see or hear it. Was it just a wire that was hanging there?
Yeah, it wasn't connected to the house. It was literally cut. It was severed.
I mean, is it possible that it was a phone line or a cable wire or something that was
That's
just,
what I don't know. Yeah, I have no clue.
okay.
It very
Yeah,
well could have been an internet wire. You know, it could have been a cable. Who knows? But there is footage of the light going out. And I will find it.
Right.
And I think you see it when you're on the band field. The whole band field. Just watch the whole thing. I believe it's on there.
I'll go
So
ahead and check. I've
What I
never seen
will
that
say,
before.
if you look at the Banfield footage and where the house should be, it does look
Mhm.
like it's in darkness. I will say that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, even though I'm a little bit skeptical about all the electrics going out, because
Yeah, somebody says that they were saying it was a camera too, but it was wire. So yeah, I'll have to go look at that. I'm not sure. I never heard anything
Yeah,
about.
I have to do the same thing. I also, no, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. You also remember the guy that was he had a YouTube channel, and he would only show the computer, and actually went into this scenario about her being tossed onto the bed. Do you remember that? And people right now are thinking that it was Brian Koberger, because in the scene of the area and the screen, you can see that it looks like the different hotels that he was staying in. I don't know if you remember that. That was going on since April.
No, I don't remember seeing it. Do you remember the name of the channel?
No, I'm gonna find it. But Truth and Transparency put it out. You can find it on her, and you can get in touch with her. She's got it.
Okay, I'll have to do that.
Mhm.
Definitely. All right. Well, I appreciate you jumping up here, Nelly. You as well. But I've been on here
Thank
like
you.
4 hours
yeah,
and
there you
I'm a
go.
hot dog.
get down. Thank
Thank
you,
you for
everybody.
having me, Dago.
Oh, always, anytime. Thank you.
Okay.
I just say, I know it's not my channel, but I think someone has sent you a super chat. There you go.
Oh, I didn't even-
And I've lost who they are now. I just want to W. Alec Wallat Harris.
Oh, Walt Harris. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
sent me a super chat.
All right,
Okay.
guys, I'm out of here. Dago, nice talking to you always. Nelly, have a good night.
Yeah, I'm going to head over to Dinky now.
Oh yeah.
Yes, guys.
Right.
Dinky is live. Dinky, in my opinion, go
See
check
ya.
it out over there if you will.
Yeah. I'm going to head over to Dinky. Thank you for having me, Dago.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for joining us. And guys, once again, I want to thank you all for being here. Eddie, for jumping up here. It's been a wonderful discussion. Guys, I'm going to ask you this, as I always do and have been. Please, if you will, as we talk about these things, anything we've talked about today, please try to use common sense and logic when we talk about this stuff as you process everything we've talked about today, and keep it that way, guys. And please be respectful of the victims and the families, and show that that's why we're doing this. Remind everybody that's why we're doing this, to get true justice for the victims and their families. And we need to keep it in that realm, folks, period. That's the most important thing. Thank you for that, Brandy, about everything we do with this case. And we'll do this again. We did this today. I had a lot of requests about throwing up a discussion about Idaho, because it's been a while. And like I said, it went very well. I was very pleased with it. So I thank everybody that was involved, all the people in chat that threw their info and their 2 cents in. Thank you very much for that. You guys are absolutely amazing, folks. I love you guys to death. And thank you everyone that was here for this. Once again, guys, today is Friday. I don't know. I might do something tonight. If not, I will. I think I'm going to be out here tomorrow, guys. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm looking forward to seeing you guys again. Again, Walt, thank you for the super chat. Anybody else that super chatted, I do appreciate you so very much. But most of all, thank you guys just for being here and supporting this channel the way you do. You guys are absolutely amazing. I love each and every one of you guys. And guys, don't forget to love yourselves, to love each other, and please don't change a thing about yourself. You are the beautiful people, and I will see you very soon. Bye-bye now.